nothing wrong with your television set. Do not attempt to adjust the picture. We are controlling transmission. If we wish to make it louder, we will bring up the volume. If we wish to make it softer, we will tune it to a whisper. We will control the horizontal. We will control the vertical. We can roll the image, make it flutter. We can change the focus to a soft blur, or sharpen it to crystal clarity. For the next hour, sit quietly and we will control all that you see and hear. We repeat, there is nothing wrong with your television set. You are about to participate in a great adventure. You are about to experience the awe and mystery which reaches from the inner mind to
420.
We've got to get moving. We gotta stay loose, you know? Let it cool. Let the coolness get into our vertebrae.
Bow wow run, he's my mighty puppy. Sir Bow wow run, he's my mighty puppy. Sir Bow wow run, he's my mighty puppy. Sir Bow wow. Mud.
Wait.
What are we gonna do tonight, Singe Man?
The same thing we do every night, Boston Ray. Try to take over the world.
You slept.
Warning, the self-destruct system has been activated. Option to override self-destruct expires in 10 minutes.
The world is flat.
I'm here to ring the alarm with my puppet like charm, straight from the barn. I'm talking about Flat Earth Farms, cause most don't know. They think we live on a globe, a ball that floats. So listen and take notes, and take it to a higher plane. Imagine yourself in all it contains, in all its glory and flair. Flat Earth Farms can take you there. Open your mind outside the box. No more staring at NASA's Photoshop. No more moon landings, no lying to ya. No more people standing backwards in Australia. Just facts and pure truth, planning straight to the roots. Flat Earth Farms help you understand. A magical place on a wondrous land. The world is flat, and that's a fact. Tell your friends next time you chat. Let them know a ball ain't that. Let's stay playing with the baseball bat. Cause we coming at the barn, a higher place, the Flat Earth Farm.
Have you been feeling sad most of the time, losing interest in things you once cared about? You may be experiencing these and other symptoms that are difficult to understand. These symptoms are worth exploring with a doctor. Learn more about major depressive disorder and a potential treatment option at managingdepression.us.
I want you to get mad. I don't want you to protest. I don't want you to riot. I don't want you to write to your congressman because I wouldn't know what to tell you to write. I don't know what to do about the depression and the inflation and the Russians and the crying in the street. All I know is that first, you've got to get mad. You've got to say, I'm a human being. God damn it. My life has value.
Start the uprising. Listen, people, they got us believing we nothing but heathens, scheming, hating each other for nothing but breathing, hating each other for color and creep. When me and you, we one and the same, under the blade get cut and we bleed, and they think we dumb and naive, but we wasn't conceived yesterday. We know the days they mean nothing but whores and infidelity is up on the screen. Real chance of love with a slut and a creep, a lover that cheats. These dumb blunts should be running the streets. If you think the letting your daughters watch charm school won't harm you or her in the long run, you're a dog. on fool. It's so blatant how they raping our minds and play tight, taking our rights and dignity, it ain't right. Soft eyes.
Them Bush cousins, and that's a true connection. Seizing power and property like a ruthless henchman. I'm in a Jewish temple on Mount Zion, studying literature from the Priory of Sion. Nothing safe, no cars, no planes to fly on. I got a few bulletproof vests to try on. Yeah, but y'all could just remain a machine. It's true lies, but I decide to stay on my day. You a sucker if you think that the economy killed. Barack Obama 666 finally revealed.
It's on the uprising. It's time to cut ties with these fucking guys that's feeding us nothing but lies. Time to uprise. Time's up, cause when the trust dies, love dies, like government spies. It's on the uprising. It's time to cut ties with these fucking guys that's feeding us nothing but lies. Time to uprise. Time's up, cause when the trust dies, love dies, like government spies.
This means more to me than 16s and 8-ball hooks. So many behind balls before they hit 16. A deep look at what the graveyard took. 16 in the clip, one mark for St. Pete's book. It's the hook line, a sicker live fast and die quicker. Replace brother with niggas so we fire nines quicker. To tell live vision, keep the mind's eye tripping in the school systems built on brainwashing God's children. More capitalism, only me, more problems. Stock market crash, hard times and rock bottom. Other masses that never passed through Ellis Island. Wound up experiments, Tuskegee and Guatemalans. Obama's only sending more troops for deployment. Only folks with jobs here work for unemployment, so dig. There's a reason the Liberty Bell don't ring. This the uprising, lift every voice and sing.
Come on, the uprising. It's time to cut ties with these fucking guys that's feeding us nothing but lies. Time to uprise. Time's up, cause when the trust dies, love dies, like government spies. Start the uprising. It's time to cut ties with these fucking guys that's feeding us nothing but lies. Time to uprise. Time's up, cause when the trust dies, love dies, like government spies. True lies.
Sit back, it's true lies, but I decide to stay on my day.
The America's laws, disorientated by those lies.
If y'all don't read between the lines and y'all ain't reading it right.
I'm the cut ties. The uprising.
I want you to get up now. I want all of you to get up out of your chairs. I want you to get up right now and go to the window, open it, and stick your head out and yell, I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
What's up, peoples? How we doing tonight? I got a little bit of a cough. It's not bad. It's not a bad cough. Nancy, is it bad? What do we got here? All right. We have Shay Pearl, Trinity. What's up, man? Drew Duncan, Bobby Miley, Jenny T.I. Murphy. Singe Man was here, but his internet fell out. He was here. There you go. I don't know, I wanted to look at this is what I really wanted to look at tonight, guys. I saw this pop up and I didn't have time to watch it because I have kids and I have a lot of shit going on during the day. It's fucking chaotic. Fucking chaotic here during the daytime. What's up, John Cayley? But this looks pretty cool, okay? Hold on one second. and some of you might have already seen it. Don't ruin it for the others. All right? If you've already seen this, don't ruin it for the others. It just came out today. Did the Suez ruin?
Paris is in recovery after years of civil unrest and revolution. It was during Napoleon III's reign in which he sought to renovate and change the face of Paris. The French Revolution, in which the Ancien regime of the monarchy was overthrown, had become a distant memory, replaced by a series of violent uprisings between the 1830s and 40s. Uprisings and revolutions are a terrible thing for the entities who hold power. Once in a position of control, the primary paranoia of the powerful few is how to maintain and keep this dominance over the many. And in the 19th century, the powerful few were extremely paranoid. A fear of losing control characterized their movements. In Paris, this manifested in Napoleon III's renovation of the city. He employed Georges Eugene Haussmann to oversee the project. What was once a medieval labyrinth city of twisting dark and narrow veins soon became a giant construction site that razed to the ground much of Paris's heritage. As 20th century historian René Héron de Villefort writes,
"In less than 20 years, Paris lost its ancestral appearance, its character which passed from generation to generation, the picturesque and charming ambience which our fathers had passed on to us was demolished, often without good reason. The old ship of Paris was torpedoed by Baron Haussmann and sunk during his reign. It was perhaps the greatest crime of the megalomaniac prefect, and also his biggest mistake. His work caused more damage than 100 bombings."
Where once resistance could gain easy advantage, Paris's old medieval layout, characterized by its lanes, alleys, and tangled streets, was transformed into one of grand, open, and wide boulevards. Boulevards provided the necessary open space for the entities in power to sleep soundly at night, knowing the straight lines and right angles could be barricaded quite easily by its military force. And any rising dissent, controlled and contained quickly. The contorted medieval Gothic heritage of Paris was forever replaced with wide boulevards in the neoclassical style of ancient Rome. On the surface, a display of imperialistic power, but underneath, a decision made in its restless insecurity. Part of Haussmann's renovation commission was the formalization and extension of the city's sewers, and he wasn't alone. As many European and American cities grew during the Industrial Revolution, infected water supply was becoming an issue, leading to the cholera pandemics of the time. Exiled from Paris to the island of Guernsey to write his masterpiece, Les Miserables, Victor Hugo was critical towards the transformation of the medieval Paris he loved and cherished, and in his text, the city's renovation and the extension of its sewers specifically.
Paris pours 24 million francs a year into the water. That is no metaphor. She does so by day and by night, thoughtlessly, and to no purpose. She does so through her entrails, that is to say, her sewers. After many experiments, science today knows that the most fruitful and efficacious of all manures is human excrement. The Chinese, be it said to our shame, knew it before us. No Chinese peasant goes to the town without bringing back, at either end of his bamboo pole, 2 buckets filled with unmentionable matter. And it is thanks to this human manure that the Chinese earth is as fruitful as in the days of Abraham. The Chinese corn harvest amounts to 120 times the amount of seed. A big city is the most powerful of dunging animals. To use a town to manure the country is to ensure prosperity. If our gold is so much waste, Then, on the other hand, our waste is so much gold. And what do we do with this golden dung? We throw it away. The human and animal manure, which is lost to the world because it is returned to the sea instead of to the land, would suffice to feed all mankind. It is the people's substance that is being carried away, in drops or in floods, the wretched vomit of our sewers into the rivers, and the huge vomit of our rivers into the sea. Do you know what all this is? The heaps of muck piled up on the streets during the night, the scavengers' carts and the fetid flow of sludge that the pavement hides from you. It is the flowering meadow, green grass, marjoram and thyme and sage, the lowing of contented cattle in the evening, the scented hay and golden wheat, the bread on your table and the warm blood in your veins, health and joy and life. Return all that to the great crucible and you will reap abundance. The feeding of the fields becomes the feeding of men. You are free. The present process does harm in seeking to do good. The intention is good, the result lamentable. We think to cleanse a town, but weaken the population. A sewer is a mistake. When drainage, with its double function of restoring what it takes away, shall have replaced the sewer, which is mere impoverishment, then this will increase by 100-fold the produce of the earth, and the problem of poverty will be immeasurably lessened. Add to this the elimination of parasites, and the problem is solved. Meanwhile, wastage continues. Wastage is the word. Europe is exhausting itself to the point of ruin. The ancients behave like the moderns. The cloaca of Rome, wrote Liebig, absorbed all the well-being of the Roman peasant. When the Roman countryside was ruined by the Roman sewer, Rome exhausted Italy. And when she had poured Italy through her drains, she disposed of Sicily, then Sardinia, then Africa. The Roman sewer engulfed the world, sapping town and country alike. In this, as in other matters, Rome set the example, and Paris follows it with the stupidity proper to intelligent towns.
In the late 1700s, the idea arose that sewage waste could be a source of wealth. Sewage had the potential to be an excellent fertilizer, which would not only increase the productivity of farmers, but be a huge step forward in reducing national hunger. Like Hugo, French novelist Nicolas Edmond Restif suggested that instead of dumping waste into the rivers, it should be sold to farmers. Philosopher Pierre Leroux coined the term circulus and proposed that human waste would improve soil fertility so much that it would enable produce to meet the 19th century population growth. Justus von Liebig developed the concept further by examining and demonstrating that the minerals contained within human waste would work excellently as fertilizer. And England's Reverend Henry Morvine invented a dry earth closet, a bucket filled with earth in which human feces and urine were collected and buried under another layer of earth. This could be repeated until full, and then emptied into the owner's garden as effective fertilizer. Today, our waste flows unseen beneath our feet and into plants, where it is treated and then returned to the rivers and oceans. We will never know whether human waste has the immense potential to produce a harvest 120 times the amount of a seed, as Hugo claims. But his message is clear. In imitating ancient Rome, which invented the cloaca, an early sewage system, Europe invited ruin. It wasn't enough just channeling Rome stylistically in the arts and architecture to assert its goal of humanism and imperialism. Europe, and America by extension, began to drain the resources of their respective nations. As Hugo writes,
when the Roman countryside was ruined by the Roman sewer, Rome exhausted Italy. The Roman sewer engulfed the world, sapping town and country alike. Rome set the example, and Paris follows it.
At a time when the brightest intellectuals are championing for the powers that be to embrace circulus, their voices are left behind. Humans are the only species to formally use a toilet and sewage system, A lot of animals leave their excrement on the ground or bury it, returning it to the earth, a natural form of circulus. Throughout history, outdoor toilets were used in which excrement was returned to trenches, pits, or compost piles. Some advanced systems, as found in the castles or monasteries, would be innovative and use rivers to their advantage. But generally, most waste was returned to the earth. Some of the most sophisticated of buildings, such as the Palace of Versailles, did not have formal toilets. They used outhouses or privies, and this practice continued well into the late 20th century. There is indeed an argument to make that formal toilets and sewers are unnatural and perhaps detrimental, but with the burgeoning city populations, a necessity. The 19th century and its Industrial Revolution. Changes take place in arable farming. Mechanization and machines were increasing the efficiency of the annual farming cycle and reducing the amount of workforce required to produce crops. People were losing jobs and flocking to the cities in search of work. What are the possibilities if food scarcity is solved? What happens when suddenly the majority of the population can eat? Class issues would begin to dissipate. Workers don't need to work just to eat. Farmers don't need to export crops internationally. People live in less fear and under less control. Circulus would be a major problem for the entity. For the entity to grow during the Industrial Revolution, it would need people hungry and poor, traveling and moving for work. Through food exportation and the agricultural industry, the powerful few could attain their wealth and control. The outcome relied heavily on the development of the city's infrastructure to improve waste management, and the method of circulus was discarded. As the cities of the 19th century grew and multiplied, cholera and infected water was a real risk from poor waste management. Sickness and death followed, but according to the death statistics of the 19th century, the cholera epidemics that struck Europe and North America were not quite the threat the hype made it out to be, a concept that continues to be played out on the modern world stage today. What the entity needed was propaganda, and propaganda campaigns and the quarantine measures of the time did just this: instill the fear of waste in the population and mobilize them to collectively band together to construct and extend the sewers, which was hailed as the only solution. Waste was viewed as a problem, one that needed eradicating entirely, rather than the fruitful and officious golden dung that could be used to feed a nation. The powerful few cleansed the town but weakened the population, and the system they implemented is the same one we still use today. Just like a complex underground rabbit burrow, venturing into the complex network of sewage tunnels often leads to unexpected and seemingly unconnected locations. Hugo's treatise of the sewers contains a profound surprise. Not only does he discuss how and why circulus would improve the population's wealth, but he also stresses the importance of the elimination of parasites. Hugo was a maverick, a highly intellectual, courageous, and passionate writer, an advocate of matters that could benefit society at large. For this reason, he was exiled to the island of Guernsey throughout the entirety of Napoleon III's reign. Doctors have published their findings in which parasites are found to be the leading cause of all diseases, including autoimmunity. Even cancer may in fact be a result of parasitic infection. Dewormers, such as fenbendazole, binds tubulin, and tubulin-binding drugs kill cancerous cells. If the findings of Dr. Lee Merritt, along with other fellow colleagues' claims, are partially correct, then why were cancer rates so much lower in the 19th century when most of the population was in close contact with human waste, and therefore had a potentially higher parasitic infection load? Calomel, a little blue pill prescribed by doctors throughout the 19th century to treat many illnesses from tuberculosis, constipation, toothache, parasitic infestations, and the pains of childbirth. It was used against almost every disease, from syphilis, bronchitis, cholera, gout, and even the flu and cancer. Documentation pertaining to the use of calomel stems back to the year 1608. Calomel is a mercury chloride mineral, and while chlorine dioxide has been proven to be effective against bacteria and parasites, chloride has not. Mercury, on the other hand, was used until the 20th century as a disinfectant and was administered to children annually as a laxative and dewormer. There exists a possibility that the parasitic load of the average person in the West during the 1800s was kept in line through the use of mercury-based treatments and prescriptions. All metals can accumulate in the body and build to levels of toxicity, even metals that are healthy in small quantities, such as zinc, copper, and iron. Due to their lack of immunity, newborn babies are at risk of developing life-threatening infections due to a high metal exposure, such as iron, which can help bacteria spread. A reason why breast milk contains a protein lactoferrin that binds to iron tightly and removes it from the body. All metals in excess can become a problem. Mercury's toxicity is well understood today. It is notoriously hard for the body to detoxify this metal via the body's usual pathways, and it has an incredibly long half-life. Its presence in the body, especially if injected into the muscle or blood, can contribute towards a whole range of disease, including methylation issues, autoimmunity, and autism. Mercury toxicity, or poisoning, is renowned for causing neuropsychiatric symptoms, such as emotional lability, memory impairment, or insomnia. It's been implicated in OCD, excessive anger, anxiety, depression, and impaired self-esteem. The phrase "mad as a hatter" came into use due to the exposure of mercury vapors in the 19th century industrial workers. Felt hat makers in England used mercury vapor to stabilize the wool in a process called felting. Symptoms of this exposure were delirium, personality changes, and memory loss. Many contemporary figures recognize this as an issue, such as toxicologist Alfred Swain Taylor in his reports of mercury toxicity in 1864, and Adolf Kussmaul's clinical description of mercury poisoning published in 1861. By 1869, the French Academy of Medicine was demonstrating the dangers of hat making due to mercury, and given these psychological symptoms and the prevalent use of mercury chloride pills in the 19th century, it is highly likely that calomel, while working to keep the general parasitic problem of the population in line, not only contributed towards various different physical diseases, but also fed or even birthed another burgeoning industry. The trade of lunacy in private madhouses dates back to the 16 and 1700s, with vague and shadowy origins. As Roy Porter has put it, in the business of preserving discreet silences.
The earliest madhouses were a place to hide away eccentric, difficult, or obstructive relatives, to resolve property disputes, to banish difficult wives and daughters. They have left few traces for the historian, tending not to keep case books and destroying their records.
Writer Daniel Defoe recorded the shark-like behavior of the proprietors of private madhouses. Any private institutions that were making money from secretive exchanges dealing with the unruly, with property disputes, and other shady matters would have been both a problem and an opportunity for the... A problem because with mercury-based medicine no doubt contributing towards a prevalence of neuropsychiatric symptoms across all ages and class, there were private institutions flourishing and profiting outside of its control. And an opportunity to seize upon the profitable enterprise of early asylum wards, capitalizing on the trade's economic promise by professionalizing it and birthing an entirely new practice, psychology. To combat these shady private madhouses that were taking in big profits, the British government passed a series of legislative acts in 1774, all the way up until the 1840s, creating and formalizing public asylums. Introduced were processes of certification, licensing, inspections, all under the guise of patient focus. There were commissioners and advocacy groups. This system was adopted all over the West and was reinforced by the burgeoning field of psychoanalysis, spearheaded by Sigmund Freud and others. Instead of examining the link between the pharmaceutical industry of the time and the mental health of the population, the entity, just like with Circulus, ignored this link and pursued an economy of psychology. Insanity worked in so many ways for the powers that be. It provided them a space to place anyone of inconvenience, for those who may cause dissent and civil unrest, to those suffering ill mental health due to mercury poisoning. The asylums made the government look good, the academics famous, and a lot of private site owners rich.
By the 19th century, private asylums were catering not only for the very wealthy and the very poor, but also the middle class, with Holloway Sanatorium being set up in 1885 by the millionaire proprietor of patent medicines, Thomas Holloway, to cater for what was envisaged to be a growing demand for care amongst those who would shudder to send their relatives to public asylums, but who could not afford the high fees demanded by asylums for the rich.
Lunacy affected people of all classes, especially the rich, perhaps because the wealthier could afford a steady supply of calomel, what could no doubt have been caused partially by mercury-based pharmaceuticals. Mental health became a booming industry. If the entity had no need for Circulus, which would contribute to solving national hunger, it had no interest in addressing the dangers of mercury ingestion. Why would it? It had its own medical Circulus that made it wealthy. Patients buying mercury-based medicine, mercury causing psychological problems, patients entering an asylum publicly or paying a fortune to go private. It was a win-win for those in power. This type of inverted Circulus continues today, flowing through new methods via the sewers. Water treatment plants are not equipped to remove pharmaceuticals from wastewater. Thus, the population's over-medicated prescription addictions, reinforced with relentless billion-dollar advertising, has affected the natural environment and endangered public health. Studies have shown antidepressants to cause starlings to feed less, while contraceptive drugs reduce fish populations in lakes. What we learn when venturing into the sewers is that the entity, the powers that be at a given time, favors solutions that benefit their own interests. Just as today, we see power not move toward real solutions, but pseudo-solutions. Circulus offered the potential of enriching the entire food supply for a given nation, but threatened to sever one of the central methods of social control, hunger. Mercury may have kept the parasitic load of the 19th century citizens partially in check, but contributed towards an endless circle of more disease, ill health, and potentially birthed the entire industrious economy of psychology. The Industrial Revolution and the innovations it brought in the areas of infrastructure, farming, and the medical industry were the beginning of many problems still plaguing our society today. So many of our issues stem from a broken and ineffective Circulus, an endless loop where humanity, with each cycle, gets weaker and more dependent upon the entity, whom in return gets richer and more powerful. It may just be that Victor Hugo's words on establishing a proper Circulus, which benefits society at large and not the pockets of a small minority, are more pertinent for us living today than our ancestors of 200 years ago.
All right, what do we got going on? All right, who do we got here? Joel Nomeda. How do you say that? Janelle Nomeda. Maybe. Drew Duncan. Mass Accountability. Machine Head 69. What's up? Trinity. Crazy? Crazy. What up, Scotty? Beat me up. John Kelly. I don't know. Let me see. Who else do I see? All right. I got some stuff. What was I on the show? I think this is going to be good. Yeah, this should take up a little bit of time. This should take up some of your time. We'll see how it goes. I have no idea. All right, hold on. All right. Well, Singe is here. Maybe he's trying to come in. Let's give him a second. Is he gonna make it? Is he gonna make it through? You made it! What are you doing?
I am surviving a heck of a nothing. Everything's great. Just hanging out, and my internet's iffy. Let me put on my Bluetooth for you. How you guys doing? Do you guys talk about tunnels? I'm down here in Vault 12. We have tunnels leading to Vault 12. That's why we built it here.
Yeah. So
for agents such as myself, we need to have underground.
Whoa.
Bunkers. Right? Deep underground.
Okay. You switched over to your Bluetooth, didn't you? Dude, something. You just freaked me out with the sound, dude.
¿Cómo estás haciendo, mi amigo? See, this is how I infiltrate the community. I go to their little meetups and act like I'm one of them, and then they don't realize that I'm MK Ultra CIA checking you out. You thought you're checking me out. What is he talking about? Trinity 88. Yes. Knockout. Janelle.
Hey, give the chat a shout out. Talk to the chat. Give me 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes, okay?
Janelle Normita, my friend. How do you do today, my friend? I see you. Come here. This is how they do it. You know how we like, hey, come here. This is how they do it. Come here. Come here. Come here. You think they're like, going to kill you or something. Yes. Come here. I have a gift for you. Here you go, my friend. My friend. Come here. They're like being totally nice to you. My friend. From here. I tell you. Come here. Okay. Janelle Namida. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Janelle Namida. Machine Head 69. Drew Duncan. Agent Drew Duncan. Mass Accountability Stream Shorts. Agent Mass Accountability. MK Ultra Mass Accountability. Trinity 88. Boston Marine Mudflood. Scotty. John Keeley, who is related to the famous.
Up. There he goes. He was here and then he was gone.
Oops, wrong button.
Yeah. All right. You're muted. Are you ready now? You got your shit
Come here,
together?
my friend. My
You
friend.
got your shit
Come
together.
here.
Nancy!
My friend.
Nancy! Get him to tell him to get his
I
shit
tell
together.
you. I tell you. Come here, my friend.
All right.
It is how we are, where I come from. We are born, we come out of the womb, we yell at our mother, we say, Mother! Come here. Give me this breast.
You know what we say over here?
Here, now.
We say, mother, we say, mother, do you think they'll drop the bomb? Mother, do you think they'll like this song? Mother, do you think Mother, do you think they'll try to break my ball?
Why would you say that? Were you brainwashed with the song or something from the in?
Yeah. Definitely.
Where I come from, we have no music. Where I come from, music, it is illegal to have the music for it to bring joy to the heart. No joy loud in this land. We have cold land, snow, cold heart. Tell you.
What's up?
Yes.
What
is up?
I'm rolling a
Wonder.
joint.
One may wonder, yes.
I'm rolling up a flat.
I am working on a little art, almost done. I have to put in voice technology to it.
Yeah.
And then that will be fun, and I'll probably be doing that.
All right, make it say some shit, dude. Stop fucking around. What do you got?
I have so far. Well, yes, I can make him say anything, but you have to have it just right.
Well, make it say.
Just right to have it.
Make it say. 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 Dr. Fauci is. Make it say. Dr. Fauci is COVID commander.
Okay, let's see what he says in this voice.
Make it say it in a Dr. Fauci voice.
I wonder if it'll say. Well, let me spell it this way so we'll get it. Sometimes it spell things phonetically for it. This is a kind of a cheap one. It's free, so I gotta get better. But you know what? Like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, this would be like, what? You can make something type and talk. Commander.
Nancy, is it all right if I smoke weed in here?
Dr. Fauci is covered commander.
Okay, that's what I got so far.
Dr. Fauci is covered commander.
Okay.
Dr. Fauci is covered commander.
You put a pause right there. Yes.
Do it.
Dr. Fauci is covered commander.
You can get your COVID commander T-shirt in our T-shirt shop if you look.
Yeah, and we're gonna have a better one. Yes,
we have all different colors.
Everything's gonna be
everything.
Everything's gonna be
Girls,
better. I
boys,
am the only
kids, backpacks. We have back to school.
I am the only graphic artist here, so there is only me, and I have other stuff to do in life too. But, however, I just recently got an influx of some special diluted so I can't even pronounce the name of it. But anyway, the agency gave it to me, so
oh yeah,
it should help my inspiration.
The agency's been giving you the juice.
Yeah, and they come in the shape of gummy bears.
They started you on the juice, the agency juice. Well, then, when you got
No. We ain't doing that. Ain't going out like that.
All right. I got something playing. Hold on. I got something playing. This is gonna be good.
Okay, I'm gonna work over here.
I think it's gonna be good. Oh, I can't hear it though. Can you? Oh, here we go.
Hey guys, so we're busy editing part 2 of our latest series, Overlooked, Lost in the Shining Hotel. But I wanted to take a second to acknowledge something. And I don't even know who exactly I'm acknowledging this to. I just think acknowledging it might be helpful for people to kind of put words to a feeling they can't quite seem to shake or even place about everything that just happened. I mean, it sounds really simple, but sometimes just recognize the action of just recognizing something for what it is and acknowledging that can be a very healing thing. It can be very helpful in moving forward. I've been learning more and more on the importance of words because, sometimes words have two meanings.
No stairway. Denied.
Actually, a lot of words have several meanings. And knowing all of these meanings can change the nature of what's being communicated depending on which definition the person speaking intends for what is being said. I just think it's interesting to note that the intention is based upon the speaker. It's not based upon the audience's assumptions, although I think in this world, a lot of times people are communicating things and they're banking on those assumptions. I don't think many people realize that's how intention actually works with that. But so I've been spending a lot of time with our 1894 dictionary, which is really an amazing book, I think. There's so much more information there than the modern printed dictionaries half its size. Lots more context, which is very, very important. Context is one of the most important things to understanding where we are, how we got here, where we're going. Very important. Did you know, for example, that the first definition listed under person isn't human being? I didn't realize this until recently. Person comes from the Latin persona, or mask. The number one definition before all others listed in my dictionary says that a person is a character or part, as in a play, a specific kind of manifestation of individual character, whether in real life or in literary or dramatic representation, an assumed character. And it's only after that doesn't include definitions about members of humankind, which approaches something closer to the definition of a human being. But the first definition of person is a character, a persona. Not the same exact thing. It's not the same thing. It can be, but that doesn't necessarily mean it always is. Someone posted something that really tickled my brain, and I couldn't let go of it. They said, things aren't getting worse. The veil over society is being removed. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but it was something like that. That's the substance of it. And I've been turning that over in my mind for a while now. How many of you are familiar with the Stanford Prison Experiment? I know we've mentioned it in videos in the past, but I don't think we've done a full video on it. But back in 1971, Stanford psychology professor Philip Zimbardo and his research team selected 24 men who were mostly students and paid them $15 a day to be either prisoners or prison guards, so their behavior could be studied in a simulated prison environment. So it was 24 people, 12 of each. The guards were given khaki uniforms and sunglasses to hide behind, and they were told it was their job to keep the prisoners from escaping. And the whole setup was extremely realistic. From what I've read, it was taken pretty far. For example, on the morning of the experiment,
Ray and I would have escaped and beat him up.
prisoners in the experiment, they went and arrested them with police cars and sirens and the whole nine, with TV cameras in tow that were filming it for the nightly news. So it was like a real thing. And these people were booked into a real jail. They were stripped down. They were given a smock with an ID number on it. Then they were blindfolded and taken to a makeshift prison set up in the basement of a hall on the college campus. And the guy running the experiment, Zimbardo, told the Toronto Symposium in the summer of 1996 that he'd been conducting research for some years on de-individuation, which I had to look up to make sure I knew what that meant, because it doesn't just mean stripping an individual of his identity or her identity, but it's when an individual loses himself to a herd mentality. So it's a loss of self-awareness to the group or in a group when you're in a group. It's a little more than just losing your individuality. So it's losing yourself to a herd mentality. And he was also studying dehumanization, which he says illustrated the ease with which ordinary people could be led to engage in antisocial acts by putting them in situations where they felt anonymous or where they could perceive of others as less than human, as enemies or as objects.
The stress reaction was so extreme that normal kids we picked because they're healthy had breakdowns within 36 hours. The study ended after 6 days because it was out of control. 5 kids had emotional breakdowns.
This study was supposed to last 2 weeks, but it had to be shut down after only 6 days because the dozen people who were given a costume and a little bit of power became increasingly authoritarian and ultimately described as brutal in the way they treated the other 12 people who were pretending to be prisoners. There was one guard the prisoners considered particularly sadistic, and they nicknamed him John Wayne. And apparently when he would come in to assume his post, he would start walking differently and speaking in a southern accent. But only when he was a guard. Psychology professor Christina Maslach, who's actually the one that blew the whistle on "we need to stop this, it's gone too far," she had come in the day before they quit, on the 5th day, to do prisoner interviews and talk to this man while he was waiting to start his guard shift. And she described him as charming, funny, and smart, but then witnessed his complete transformation after he assumed his guard role. And she said it was like Jekyll and Hyde. It really took my breath away. And that's over a 5-day period. He didn't start out doing that, but he essentially gave himself this persona as part of his role over time and just started really leaning into being this character that he gave himself that role. And I want to note the men selected for this study came from a pool of 70 individuals. So they gave them all a battery of psychological tests and all that beforehand, and they claim they chose the ones deemed most, quote, normal and healthy to participate in this. And it should also be noted the experiment itself was dependent largely on the behavior of the guards, not the prisoners. A former guard in the experiment has since claimed the guards were led to believe that they themselves were not the point of the experiment. So in other words, the guards were purposefully misled to believe they had free reign to behave however they thought they should under these circumstances. And they were told that their behavior was essentially for the greater good. They were given the idea they were the good guys. They're the guards. The Stanford Prison Experiment has since been deemed flawed for a number of reasons, and its conclusions are still a point of controversy to this day. But there's a few things that stand out about what went down there. You have one group, the prisoners, that have been dehumanized. They're stripped of their individual identities and they're put into a group that's basically labeled as bad people. I mean, they're prisoners, right? They're going to jail for a reason.
I was put in that group of bad people
of some kind to get there. And so they're like the bad guys.
There's certain normies in this place who say, I'm just a bad person. He's just a bad person.
Right? And then you have these other people who were given a costume of authority and told they had this authority. And they kind of have this group identity going of good guy, acting in ways they perceive to be sanctioned as okay by the majority of society, due to the power dynamic of perceived authority combined with the dehumanization of the so-called prisoners, right? Because the guards are good guys and the prisoners are bad guys. And I know it isn't that black and white, but that's basically the dynamic that's being worked under here. And I feel personally like whether some people want to see it or not, let alone admit it or not, this is something that many of us witnessed and experienced over the last 2 years in this society, right? There were people who reacted to this situation by standing with their individual principles in the face of the unknown, in the face of fear, in the face of everything that was happening. Principles like my body, my choice, for example, being a standard of freedom for everyone, right? I'm not going to force you to do something that you do not want to do with your own body because it's not my body and it's not my choice to make that choice for you, that kind of thing. Bodily autonomy being a very important thing, right? And then there were other people who, whether it was because of fear or latent authoritarian leanings or whatever, right? What they were being told on TV, it doesn't matter. Whatever the reason was, there were other people who suddenly felt sanctioned by being in a majority who would apparently excuse away almost anything against the minority that they were told were essentially the bad guys, the dangerous bad guys, if that majority was assured by the system that this was for the greater good.
A conclusion you could make from the Stanford Prison Experiment is that when you tell people to be cruel, they'll do it. If you tell them it's for a greater good, like science, who would have thought?
And people began to play roles in there with that. I remember when major streaming channels like Amazon Prime began to promote pandemic movies all of a sudden. 2011's Contagion made a huge comeback and became super popular. It was in the #1 trending all of a sudden. And it's almost like some people rewatched those movies because it wasn't a new movie. I mean, it was out for, 10 years or whatever. But they watched it because of what was going on. And then they began acting accordingly as if they had cast themselves in that movie, but as a character in the film, but in real life.
Some men operate the big television cameras. Others control the pictures as they go out over the air. They see to it that Richard gets the right program at the right time.
So, despite the fact that that film is a fictional Hollywood creation that, I don't know, I watched half of it. I thought it was extremely propagandistic. I really couldn't get through it because it was just too ridiculous. And I didn't even watch the whole thing. But
he often watches television at home. The programs are fun, and sometimes he learns a great deal from them.
It's a movie. It's not real life. But people were watching it and then acting like that's what everything is. It's that movie or something similar, right? And it goes back to what that person was saying about the veil. Because what happened in the last couple years wasn't a movie, though. Something happened, and it felt like a movie at times, but it wasn't, though. It was a peek, I think, a peek behind the veil of society, which is a veil made up of persons who were both literally and figuratively wearing many masks. And
I can't tell you how many times Arcade has come in clutch for me. Arcade is this crazy.
The media and major institutions were really pushing a narrative that alchemically divided people. They were separated in a way that it got to a point where people on this side couldn't even see where people on this side were coming from. It's almost as if they were in the multiverse. They were in two different universes, and those universes did not coincide. Like, you would be out in public and certain people would be acting in ways you could almost tell which types of mainstream media were being watched by people based on how they were acting in public, right? What level of information they had received that was making them act in certain ways, like between everything's normal to it's the apocalypse, and you could really tell who was watching which brand of information there. You could see it, right? And I mean, I didn't go up and start asking people, but I'm willing to bet if I had, I would have been right probably 99% of the time because it was that obvious and clear cut. And it really started to separate people into these groups, and the groups became people who were doing what they were told without any question at all, and people who were asking questions and were not just doing what they were told without asking those questions. And the separation between those two groups became more and more hardcore over time, to the point that society slowly turned into something kind of resembling a Stanford prison experiment. Because the people who felt they were in the right, that they were the majority, that they were sanctioned to behave in certain ways because it was for the greater good or whatever, I have been yelled at by some of those people. I have seen them yell at other people. I have seen them do things that don't even make sense. It doesn't even make sense.
It doesn't make sense. And he totally barked at us, some young 20-something kid, like it's Clockwork Orange, on the side of the line. That's the first thing that pops into my mind anyway.
Because they thought that they had the authority to somehow, even though it wasn't a law. Nothing was a law. This was not like you're now a deputized police officer of the law and you are enforcing laws. That was not what was happening.
Point is, it's just totally arbitrary. They didn't do any of those things last time I was at the grocery store.
The entire time that supposedly this curve was being flattened, none of these rules were in place, and it did what exactly to change it?
These were average people who had just been told a whole lot of stuff and started trying to mandate it on everyone else.
But it's been transformed into a social obedience experiment where it's not even like police or something or medical authorities telling you what to do. We're all supposed to learn to tell each other what to do. And young, barely 20 store employees are getting all bitchy and barking things for you to do. Excuse me.
Getting up in people's faces, screaming, all kinds of behavior, okay? That is not rational. It's not their place to do, okay? But they had this perception of authority. Once again, it's very, very Stanford prison experiment, I feel.
I don't have to do that. And the guy literally says,
yeah, you can view my interaction in the store on my channel.
I didn't
just
agree
like
with
that
this.
little 20-year-old girl
Is that
trying
this
to
was
tell me
a
what to do.
thing that was going on. I stopped going into places where I was going to have to put up with that. I avoided that as much as possible because there was no way I was going to play into that environment. Not at all. Okay. I recognized it for what it was very, very early on and went, yeah, I'm going to minimize my participation in whatever this is.
Rules are rules. So whatever arbitrary made up bullshit they decide to do this week, that's the rules, man. Like this week, we're all going to dress in full body condoms and jump up and down the entire time.
It's coming. You know it's coming.
Right. This is messed up and it's not okay. And you can't argue with those people in that position. It's like they're in a different universe from you. So you can talk logic all day. You can talk rational points all day. It is not going to matter. Because they have fully given themselves over to the role that they are now playing. And whatever you have to say is irrelevant. It'd be like if the person thinks they're in Kansas and you're like, we're not in Kansas anymore. Here's exactly where we are. Here's a sign that says we're in Oklahoma. Here's a map of Oklahoma. Here's pictures of, it's not going to matter. If they think they're in Kansas, to them, they're in Kansas. They're not going to hear you say we're not in Kansas anymore. They're not going to be able to see that no matter what you say. If they don't want to see it, if they're not open-minded to seeing it, they're not going to see it. Right. But people began acting in tyrannical ways. I could tell you stories for days of things that happened to people I know. It got pretty bad, right? Friends were lost. Family members were also people. There are people who are related that are no longer talking to each other. There was a woman my mom worked with who she considered a friend, who said anyone who didn't do as they were told for the greater good should just go off into the woods and die. That's a statement she made. I mean, you could see the contradiction just within that statement, right? It's weird to justify basically a genocidal opinion in the same sentence where you profess to care about what's good for everyone, right? Doesn't really make a lot of sense at all. And then there's the blind trust in and obedience to authority, which enabled and justified pretty much anything under the guise of, well, it's an emergency, so just anything goes, anything.
And, the problem, every time I don't comply with something, it's happened over the years. There's been all these things. The thing that always bothers me is the person doesn't respond by saying like, oh, it's another one of you. Yeah, lots of people don't agree with this. Instead, they have this stunned face like, you questioned?
How did you question the rules? What's wrong with you?
And it's obvious from their face. It's the first time I've ever had anyone challenge a rule.
A rule?
These are not laws. They're not even policies. They're rules.
And they're completely
Which came
made up
from
every
where?
5 minutes. Exactly.
Apparently including bodily autonomy. And there are people who stood up for theirs, and for whatever their reason was for doing so, who paid in some cases very high prices for that. Not just being ostracized socially, but having businesses ruined, getting fired, all kinds of stuff. There are lawsuits happening now, and some people are being forced to be hired back because what was done to them wasn't legal. So that's a thing now. Because what they had to go through was not legal. It wasn't okay to fire them for not doing X or Y or Z. Just because you said it's an emergency, abundance of caution, blah, blah, blah. And many of us know much worse was said and done as time went on. Like I said, I could go on all day. But the most insane stuff seemed to come from those living with the most fear. But again, these are also people who were bolstered by media-driven perceptions of being the good guys in the majority. And I wonder, would they have acted that way if it wasn't that perception? I don't know. Which also kind of illustrates with horrible simplicity the power of the mainstream media over crafting some people's reality for them. I mean, some people utterly failed to notice that what was actually happening in the streets did not match what was being described on a TV screen. It just didn't match. And some people didn't see it. Some people were told something on a screen, and that was it for them. It didn't matter if they went out in the street and nothing was like what they were shown on the screen. They acted accordingly because they were told to, and it was no questions asked. Which leaves you to wonder, would they do that with anything they were told if it was told to them on a screen by a person presumably under a position of authority? I mean, would it have mattered?
I didn't even need that. It's like 10 minutes later, I'm like, this is bullshit.
Hey,
Took me about 10 minutes to figure that out. Or
go
less.
outside, spray paint yourself hot green, jump up and down on one foot and sing happy birthday for 10 hours, and then you'll be safe and protected. It'll be good. Like, would they do it? Would I go outside and see people doing that? I don't know. It got to the point where I think probably there would be some people doing it. And by the way, this is the last time I'm going to use this phrase, probably ever again. But if I never hear the phrase abundance of caution, it won't be too soon, because I feel like I will never forget how that phrase was used to justify just more and more irrational stuff until it got to a point of just not making any sense at all. Okay, I remember being ordered to wear a mask coming in the door of a restaurant, only to be sat down at a table right next to that same exact door and being told, I'm allowed to remove it now. I shouldn't even have to say this, okay? But air doesn't care if I'm standing up or sitting down when I breathe it. That's just not how air works. I'm sorry, but I'm 5 feet off the ground. I'm 3 feet off the ground. No difference there when I'm breathing in and out. Not a difference. It's all mixed together, okay?
This ain't exactly the Mississippi. I'm on one side, I'm on the other side.
Does not matter. It doesn't make any sense. Like, what are you even doing? That doesn't make any sense. It's just silly. It's just silly if we're going to actually try to make everyone pretend like that does anything. That is silly. Okay? This is why some people began to say they finally understood how the atrocities of World War II could have been allowed to take place, because it's just, again, Hundreds of years of human knowledge got rejected and thrown out the window in a single event. Just hundreds of years of known facts, okay, thrown just right out the window to do things that made no sense. None. Not common or otherwise, no sense. And here we are now, we're in the aftermath, and I think more and more people are actually realizing that the cause did not ever justify the effect. Then the pandemic mostly ended, but I would say not before society got a pretty good look at itself in the mirror. We all lived through this together, even if we were in different multiverses as it was happening, but we were all there. We all saw this. And a lot of us saw what happens to some of us when they're in a majority group and they're made to feel like they're good and right.
Like, that was like we all got kidnapped and put together on an island, and then all of y'all bastards were like, we should eat them. And we're like, what the fuck? And then now they took us off the island, and we're just looking at you on the ride home like, and you're like, oh, wasn't that crazy?
And others who are not in the majority group are dehumanized as bad because they're not doing what they're told. We've seen that now. We all saw.
Yeah, I'm going to use that analogy.
Justify using.
They wanted to eat us. Now they're acting like it's okay.
Even their
It's
own
like, no.
family members when they're put in a situation. Like,
We know what you are now.
You tried to eat us.
I mean, I think this guy just kind of summed it up.
I didn't kick you out of those stores. I didn't ruin your job. I didn't tell you you couldn't come to the family reunion. There ain't nothing to forgive on my side, baby boo. This is a you problem, and we're still talking about it.
So this is what just happened for the past couple of years. They let everyone take a peek behind the incredibly thin.
And they're doing it again. I just went to the store. They're completely gone. And I was saying out loud, I was like, ha ha, this is clown world. I was walking around saying this is clown world. It was great. No one said shit to me, dude.
Yeah.
Stand for
You
exactly
can say
what
whatever
they
you
always
go
do.
ahead. Say whatever you want.
Even
I'm
in the
busy.
face
I'm
of
kind of
something
busy
like a
right now.
global
At the moment.
pandemic.
I'm taking
While
care of
other
business.
people could very
I listened to her.
transform authoritarian monsters by the situation as presented without question. And
Why get your mortgage from Mountain One Bank? We know that.
I'm a multitasker. I have so much going on now in my life.
is whether any of us likes it or not. Society is based upon all of us being put into positions of trust, trusting each other with each other's lives all day long. Every single one of us, if you are innocent, unless you're a hermit.
Yeah, Drew, that's retarded. That's totally retarded.
Society altogether, in which case you're not listening to this video, so that's probably not you, right? So all of us, we are in a position where this is the case. If you drive a car in public where other people are driving 2-ton cars, they can slam into your car, right? If they don't follow the rules of the road, if they don't obey stoplights, if they don't use turn signals, things like that. If you go to a restaurant and buy food that someone else cooked and prepared that you're going to put into your body. If you get on an elevator, right? You're trusting the person who certifies elevators that elevator is going to stay connected to the cable and it's going to go to the floor and drop you there and it's not going to break the cable and slam down, and crash, right? You're trusting that elevator. You're trusting the people that built it. You're trusting the people that certify that it's not going to do that. If you let your kids ride the bus to school, all kinds of things. Every single time you turn a light switch on or a water faucet in your house, you are trusting complete strangers with your life in a way. The list goes on and on and on and on. You could make that list all day. We rely on one another all the time without really thinking about it consciously, how interwoven all of our lives are, even with people that you would consider complete strangers otherwise. It's not something we really think about. We just do it, and we do it every single day. The situation now is something major like this happens, and we're kind of forced to look at everything under a new light, and that includes each other. And in this case, it's kind of like the twitchy bare light bulb dangling on a string in the basement of a serial killer, but hey, we're looking at each other in a new light, right? And it's just, the point is, it's not something you can just unsee, though. The knowing of that and the knowing we all have now, we've all had to kind of take stock of ourselves in one way or another. We've all had to see what was done to each other. We've all had to see what was done to us by systems of this society. We've all had to take a good look at all of this. And that knowing, that seeing, it doesn't simply go away just because they said it's over now or whatever. It's not as bad anymore or whatever it is they're saying these days. It changes. We have all now been acquainted with what's lurking underneath that veil. We know the potential now, some of us. We know the potential for how certain people could behave in that situation. And we also know the potential for how much worse things could have been. That's why we can't go back to the way things were before this. There can't be the old normal because you can't unsee the things you have seen. You can lie to yourself. That's the best you can do, is try to pretend like you didn't see it and then lie to yourself about what you saw. I mean, you could disillusion yourself, but you can't really unsee it and unknow it, not deep down. Definitely not in the subconscious parts of yourself and the unconscious parts. Like, it's there. You know, this happened. But it also makes sense that something like that would happen.
So this currently is still happening.
Yeah.
And that's really weird because now they're not saying anything to us. They don't try to tell us to do anything now. They just all cover up.
That these things can be changed.
They just cover up now. They're not saying anything to us. They know better.
Since immemorial. Paradigm shift. They change, they shift, and they can be changed in a moment depending on major events and things that happen. Society is not set in stone. It is shifting sands at best. It's a rug that can be pulled out and replaced altogether at any time. And we forget that because we get so into our day-to-day and everything. We forget that this is all just a bunch of agreements that we've all made to do things the way they are. But if that changes, it'll be done some other way. And it has changed in major, major ways throughout time. I mean, one paradigm shift hadn't happened with the American Revolution, I wouldn't be sitting here right now in Texas. I don't know what this place would be called right now, but it wouldn't be Texas. So that's just one example, but this is a reminder of that. And it's also a reminder that we're all people. We're all people. The person, right? There's a persona a human being chooses to play in society. That's the person. And there's a human being underneath that. And that person, it's a viewmaster through which the individual perceives the world. And so the question for each of us is, who is at the helm of that? Who is controlling that program? Is it the human being underneath the person? Or is it some outside force? I mean, are you, in Plato's allegory of the cave, are you in the cave, chained in there, telling yourself the shadows being projected on the wall are real, trying to really make yourself believe the shadows being projected on the wall are real, unwilling to turn around, ask questions, see if there's something else to it? And I don't know, that's a question some people might want to ask themselves. It might also be a question some people are running away from having to ask themselves because the question itself is too substantial and the answers are maybe too frightening to really ponder. Actually, oddly enough, it was Wizard of Oz that came into my head when I thought about making this video. And I hope I'm not spoiling the movie for everyone, although it came out in 1939, so I doubt it. But if you haven't seen Wizard of Oz from 1939, probably going to spoil it for you now a little bit. But at the beginning, you have a girl named Dorothy who is dealing with a bitter, elitist old lady who Dorothy's Auntie Em says owns half the county, and who could apparently only derive joy from life by concocting reasons to kidnap and murder a little girl's dog and feed off her tears like a witch. And as soon as Dorothy realizes that the society she's in is not just in this regard, but it's injustice that is tipped in the favor of the aforementioned bitter elitist old witch lady who owns half the county, Dorothy runs away from home. And she doesn't get very far at all. She gets right down the street, just a little ways, and runs into a snake oil salesman who's as fake as a $3 bill, who's just waiting outside of her social boundary there. I think he claims to be a mystic or something. And he's just waiting right there to capitalize on Dorothy's newfound fear and confusion at the realization that the world isn't actually what she thought it was, and then manipulate her into going back. But a tornado hits before Dorothy gets back, and she's swept away to a magical land called Oz, where she goes on an adventure to try and find her way home. And in that, she's aided by a scarecrow who thinks he has no brain, a tin man who feels he has no heart, and a lion who thinks that running away from something means he lacks courage. And all of them are under this shared belief that if they just make it to an even more magical place in Oz called the Emerald City, that a wizard there can give each of them what they're seeking. And they have to fight a wicked witch the whole way there. That's the basic plot. And I know the book had to do with the gold standard and all that, but the movie, they've overlaid the movie with a whole other message about something much more deep and personal. And a large portion of this is about the nature of social constructs altogether. You have some people who, and it's especially people who have not really taken the time to get to know themselves. There are some people in that who can fully give themselves over to the belief that there has to be an almighty wizard behind a curtain somewhere who's so great and powerful that he pulls all the switches, and he can give them things like courage or brains or hearts. People who really truly do believe that a fancy medal on a ribbon or a trinket on a string or a piece of paper bestows upon them something that they could not see or recognize they already had within themselves the whole time. I mean, the audience has shown again and again throughout this movie that the Scarecrow is already smart, and the Tin Man already had a big heart, and the Lion was already courageous because he fought to save Dorothy from the Wicked Witch and protect her the whole time he was doing that. So they already had the things that they were seeking within themselves the whole time. They didn't need a wizard to give it to them. But the ultimate point of this movie,
They had guns and giant wrenches and
with the fact that Dorothy
come on.
these childish illusions of what things are. She can't go home again the same way she left it. She can't unsee the injustice. She can't unknow that there's a guy behind the curtain who's pushing buttons and pulling switches and pretending to be an almighty wizard, when in actuality, he's just some guy. He's cloaked in an authority, but is it legitimate? She can't go back to not knowing that stuff. She can't go back to the place she thought was home. Because once her eyes were open and she saw the truth, she realized that that place never existed in the first place. And I don't know who needed to hear that today, but there you go. I love you guys. Talk to you soon.
All right. So that was that. So now, here's something we hope you really like. Hold on a second. This is 1 second. We'll first tell you. First off, let's start off. This hour is brought to you by the city of Athens. This is Sparta! Hail, warriors! Okay, next is... Today on Netflix, Wait, hold on. What's it doing? What's it doing? Hey, today on Netflix, most popular views. This is basically to show you. They're not evil. I don't know. Maybe they are. But the dark genre that they are prolific in. That's all evil devil stuff mostly. So let's see what we got is
Thank God for my brother.
go down to hey, how's it going? You back?
Yeah, my
so
brother
we go
just
to here home.
My brother just my brother just came by
Trending
with
now on Netflix.
So check this out, right? My brother
Alice
just
in
all right.
Borderland.
All right. I won't tell you the story then.
Oh,
You want me?
yeah.
To, do you want me to tell you the
Hold on a
story or
second.
not? All right. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was talking, but okay. No, I was just. I can do that anytime. Tell
Were
your
you,
story.
were you in the middle of something? Was it important?
No, I was just
Okay. Well,
feeling dead air.
This is a good story. I needed nicotine salts. My brother dropped some off. Right.
Oh, what is that? Is that like bath salts?
Maybe. I don't know. I'm addicted to
I'm
it.
kidding.
You know what I mean? But yeah, so it could be. I don't know.
Oh, that's not good.
But anyway,
really?
No,
Maybe I should try it.
It's just
I'm
strong.
kidding.
It's a salt-based nicotine. But my brother.
I'm
has
thinking
a very-
about taking up cigars.
That's not the point, though. The point of the story is, my brother has a very dangerous job. Okay, where he has to wear a bulletproof vest. All right. And he came by and he had his vest on and his badge and his gun and everything else. And I said to him, "Do you read the Bible?" And he said, "No, not really." And I said to him, "Well, if you read Ephesians chapter 6 every day, you won't need that bulletproof vest." The full armor of God, baby. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hey.
The vest is good. The vest gives you confidence too.
Yeah, he needs the vest.
The vest gives you confidence.
His job is dangerous. But I was just fucking with him.
It gives you confidence, even if it's not being used. You get this like you're already at a level.
So the veil over society got removed. What else we got? All right, All right, let's do this.
57%.
Let's do this. Let's do this because I have to. I can't help myself. All right. Where is it at? icy.
That was Dread. Music
that's
for Truth.
icy.
MFT.
That's ice. Frozen Fruit Monster is what it's called.
Were you
Frozen.
selling me something?
I'm selling you something. It's called the Frozen Fruit
No,
Monster.
this hour's already been brought to you by Athens.
And the
You
PB and
missed
Jam, the PB and Jam Monster.
Oh, next hour is brought to you by that. Okay. This hour is brought to you by Athens. Did you know that?
Yeah.
You heard me earlier? Sparta. This is Sparta.
Oh yeah, we haven't done that yet. Oh, Jesus.
Next hour is brought to you by oh, here I'll find out. Next hour. Wait, there's dead air? Oh. I can feel that. I can feel the dead air. If I have a link to the internet. Lost connection. I bet I lost connection everywhere. Very sad thing. Oh, I guess I'm still going. I thought I lost connection. I can never tell. Heading on.
This is when they first started figuring out Star Wars. Oh, Star-shaped cities. Yeah. Mandela flood. That's what that is. That's when the Mandela effect floods over to the mud flood research. We call it a Mandela flood. Here. Something it's a term that we coined. Where is it? That was definitely Mandela flood. All right, let's do it.
Next hour is sponsored by my cousin, El Chapo.
Nice. How much did El Chapo give Suzanne to get that announcement made?
Couple million, probably. My cousin, El Chapo.
Yeah, I know who he is. Yeah, he looks like you too. His cousin's El Chapo. Such bullshit. All right. There you go. I want to look at this. How long is this? All right, let's see what this is all about.
World. But they aren't the only lakes in North America that are great. The ice sheets that carved the Great Lakes system also left behind many other large lakes as they melted, and those lakes span a massive portion of the continent. Many of you left comments on my last video about the Great Lakes asking to hear about these other lakes. So, together, we'll take a look at these lakes, which are pretty great, even if they aren't Great Lakes. Strap in because there's a lot of lakes to cover. Let's explore. Because there are so many lakes in North America, it's important to set some criteria. For this video, we'll cover every lake on the continent with an area of...
Yeah, okay. I'm straight. I'm straight with covering every lake on the continent. Just not in the mood. Not in the mood tonight for that. All right, let me see what else we got.
Okay. So yeah, I gotta cut out pretty soon. I gotta be quiet, you know.
Yeah.
House is settling it down. My internet's bad. I'll probably cut out right now.
I
I'm
feel
probably
you.
not even being heard.
I can hear you. We got 17 people here. So here's a Monopoly one. The Monopoly rules changed. A lot of people.
Monopoly. I love McDonald's. Dude, McDonald's Monopoly is better than regular Monopoly.
There you go.
I am with
It's
you
addictive,
on that.
and it's also a scam. Anyways, no, just kidding.
I still love it though.
Watch the docu-series.
Yeah. I mean, that's like saying
I'm
you
not
watch.
saying it. The court said it. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you play by the real rules?
Yeah.
Do you know what they are?
Apparently,
I think I
know.
Okay, so one British podcaster bringing attention to what somewhat apparently is a forgotten Monopoly rule that alters the game drastically. The rule is if you land on a property and then you don't buy it, then it automatically, when you land on it, goes to auction to the other players.
Right. What?
Yes.
So
it's literally in the rules. Nobody knows about it. I've never heard about it. I've been playing Monopoly my whole life.
I've played like that where you auction it off to the other player. I've done that. What about you, Singe?
No.
Monopoly. If you land on something, right, and you don't have the money to like buy it or you don't want it, right? Can't you? Isn't there a rule where you could like everyone can like bid on it? He looks like he's thinking. He's frozen, but he looks.
I can't hear one word you're saying. It sucks.
You're frozen. Oh, there you go. You moved again.
It's just bad.
No,
internet.
I said when you're playing Monopoly with a group of people and someone lands on, like you land on a property, but you don't want to buy that property because you don't either have enough money on your Monopoly thing or you just don't want it, right? Because it's a color that you don't want or whatever, right? You can auction it off to like everybody's playing can bid on it. I remember that. I don't know. I remember playing like that once, a few times, but with a few different people. But I don't always play like that. I don't know. Whatever. It is what it is. Let me see. I got a bunch of shit here. I'm just trying to see what else I got. 1, 2, 3. Oh, Cinch is coming in on a different one. I'll remove this one. I'll boot this one from the stream. This will help him. No, I can't do that. I can't boot that one. Now you got two. Now there's two of you, Singe. Hey, Paraplegic. How you doing, man? I'm almost out of coffee. I got to finish up. I got a little bit left. I got to finish it up. I had more stuff to show tonight. I'm just trying to.
Bad internet. Really bad.
Bad internet.
So anyway, this is Martha Stewart went to jail, right?
Yeah.
Remember that?
Well,
For
kind
taxes
of.
or something stupid.
Yeah, something stupid. Yeah. What about it?
This is Martha Stewart. Shiv from jail.
Yeah, it's
See
good. It's
Martha Stewart on it?
it's good coffee, Paraplegic. I enjoy it.
This is the Shiv.
It was
jail
good.
Shiv.
It was good to have it for Christmas and stuff, you know.
Martha Stewart.
It's really strong. It smells good. When I first got it, the package, like you could smell it. The whole place smelled like it. Everyone was like, "This coffee." It's like, yeah, that's what it is. It's coffee.
I'm just gonna cut out, man. My internet's too bad. I might have to just chop off. It's horrible.
Just no use, huh? All right.
It is not working.
All right. Well, you can take a walk with Cactus.
Now it's working. Whenever I'm ready to quit.
Threaten and scare people into remaining silent about their UFO encounters.
Jeffrey Epstein was CIA, yeah, they killed Bob Marley. They killed Freddie Hampton, Lamar Arbery. Styrofoam headed side closed casket, gold coins, where his eyes were left behind for the bowmaster. Nobody saw his tuxedo, a picture next to his coffin like a young tuxedo. Like a sheep, we compensate with expensive tastes. Celebrates at the end of days with extended blades. Hit with street sweepers, die swept away. Flying metal blades, definitely settled things. They hit Louis Tuzio, they don't give a shit who he know. Bang ran up in his crib and let the Uzi go. Yo, under my culture with yours, bing bang, ring the doorbell, shoot you through the door. Royalty and respect, loyalty and death. We took an oath amongst men till our dying breath. Make it twerk 16 bars, hot chorus. Run in your grip and pop smoke, clockwork orange. You know them haters though, pull out, make them Dracos blow. Make the place where your face was into a gaping whoa. When the lights go dim, fire start to flicker. Last bullet in my gun, last shot of liquor. Last bullet in my gun, last shot of liquor. Last bullet in my gun, last shot of liquor. When the lights go dim, fire start to flicker. Last bullet in my gun, last shot of liquor. Last bullet in my gun, last shot of liquor.
Earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, now what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, now tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? I thought you knew about it. Would you rather do without it? The earth's a center, the sun and moon moves around it like a clock. Can you hit a moving target with a rocket? I'm not hard to get along with, just take a bong hit. Do you serve up any content? The stars are constant. You want a consolation for it? It makes me vomit. We never do get hit by comments. I know you want it, just leave another useless comment. NASA lost it. The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? Earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, now tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. You know it's flat. and there is a bunch of us. The blowies munching on a bunch of snuffleupagus. You think it's cute? Then why not cuddle up with us? We know it's flat, why you making such a fuss? My supper was the fucking best sex just because the earth is flat. It hit me like an uppercut to the nuts. The earth is flat and there's nothing you can do. The earth is flat and there's nothing you can do. There's a Russian with the crew, don't forget to brush after your food. Asteroids and asteroids too. The earth is flat and there's nothing you can do. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat and there's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. What you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat, it's fucking flat, fucking flat. The earth is fucking flat, fucking flat. The earth is fucking flat, fucking flat. The earth is fucking flat, fucking flat.
The Mystery of Gravitation appeared in the Earth Review magazine, April 1893. In the National Review for January 1892, there is an article by J.E. Gore with the above title. The writer commences by saying, quote, "The law of gravitation discovered by Sir Isaac Newton is believed by astronomers to rule with absolute sway throughout the length and breadth of the visible universe. Gravity acts in proportion to the mass and inversely as the square of the distance. This is the law of its action. But the inquiring mind is tempted to ask, how does it act? What is the mysterious mechanism which produces gravitative action between two distant bodies unconnected by any material bond? We cannot from experience gain any explanation of action at a distance." After this confession, Mr. Gore proceeds to give or quote a number of hypotheses or scientific guesses as to how bodies can act at a distance while unconnected by any material bond. He does not go to the root of the matter and question the existence of this mysterious something called gravitation. He only proceeds to inquire how it may possibly act upon the most distant planet, comets, meteors, and revolving double stars. Now, sir, would it not be more scientific first to prove the existence of such a force before proceeding to inquire how it acts? I think so. But as the writer speaks of, quote, Newton's discovery of universal gravitation, he perhaps thought this inquiry was unnecessary. But before inquiring, for instance, how the sun manages to pull at the moon, or how the moon pulls at the earth, without any connecting rope or chain, I should like to know how and when Newton discovered that such action does take place at all. Can any reader enlighten me on this point? As far as my reading goes, at present, it seems to me that Sir Isaac Newton invented the idea of universal gravitation rather than discovered such a force, and that he invented it because it was necessary to his mathematical device of a revolving and rotating earth and sea globe. This is a very important question. Was universal gravitation a real discovery, or was it a mere scientific idea and invention? I affirm it was the latter, and I deny that the idea of solar or stellar gravitation has any true basis in the facts of nature. I shall appeal to the article in question in support of my contention, which article was written by a Newtonian. First, I ask, why is there so much mystery surrounding this doctrine of gravitation? In his History of Physical Astronomy, Professor Grant says, quote, "Whether gravitation is a quality inherent in and necessarily coexistent with matter, or whether it is a principle essentially distinct from it and operating merely on its constituent parts, is a question which, in all probability, is destined forever to prove irresolvable to the most penetrating inquiries of the human mind." That is, to put the question in plain words, does matter itself attract? Or is there something else distinct from matter which does all the pulling? The learned professor says that he does not know, and that in all probability no one ever will know. What is this but a veiled confession that the astronomers themselves know nothing at all about it? That it is all philosophical hypothesis or scientific guesswork? In a letter to Dr. Bentley, dated February 25th, 1693, or about 10 years after his supposed discovery, Newton makes the following confession, quote, that gravity should be innate, inherent, or essential in matter, so that one body may act upon another at a distance, through a vacuum, without the mediation of anything else, by and through which their action and force may be conveyed from one to the other, is to me so great an absurdity that I believe no man who has in philosophical matters a competent faculty of thinking can ever fall into it. Gravity must be caused by an agent acting constantly according to certain laws. But whether this agent be material or immaterial, I have left to the consideration of my readers. This is very kind of Newton, and very flattering to the penetration of his readers. He leaves it for them to decide, and now they appeal to him. I agree with him, however, in saying that it is an absurdity to believe that bodies can act at a distance, and such distances, and that they can pull one another about like the great globes of the universe are said to do, and this too without any chains or couplings. Yet at another time, Newton seems to fall into this very absurdity. Newton says, quote, have not the small particles of bodies certain powers, virtues, or forces by which they act at a distance? What I call attraction may be performed by impulse, or by some other means unknown to me. On which the above-mentioned writer properly remarks, this passage clearly shows that even Newton's penetrating intellect was unable to frame a satisfactory theory of gravitative action. Then why, I ask, believe in such an absurd and occult property? Newton confesses the idea to be a, quote, absurdity, yet he is compelled to adopt the absurdity himself, or to confess that gravity acts by some means unknown to him. Another time, he supposes this secret force to be a universal repulsion, which of course is the very opposite of universal gravitation or attraction. But as Taylor remarks, quote, this ingenious scheme of universal repulsion leaves no room for that self-repulsion of matter exhibited in the phenomena of elasticity, and as Mr. Gore phenomena have indeed proved insurmountable difficulties in all kinetic theories of gravitation. This confession is honest. Thus the best astronomers are all at sea respecting gravitation, and they are each propounding theories respecting it which are mutually contradictory and destructive. Yet this baseless idea of gravitation acting on all bodies and in all conceivable directions and distances is a fundamental doctrine lying at the very basis of the teachings of modern astronomy. It is one of its main pillars, if not its chief support. Without solar gravitation, the globe would have flown off at a tangent into space, and would probably before now have collided with some other world than ours, and we should have been suffering or consigned to a worse fate than that which we were threatened last November, owing to a predicted collision between the Earth and a comet. See the Earth Review for January. However, as we have fortunately survived this catastrophe, I would modestly ask any of our learned scientists to try to explain for your readers how the sun can possibly pull at the Earth at the distance we are told of 92 or 93 millions of miles. What is the connecting rod or coupling between the two bodies? What chain exists between them? Of what are its links composed? And where is it attached? Is the force incessant? And if so, what keeps it up? Does the sun exhibit any loss of energy or force for such tremendous and constant dynamic expenditure? Does the force come out from the sun to the earth, or vice versa? And if so, why does it turn back suddenly on reaching that or any other body? These are practical questions. No locomotive that we know of can drag the railway carriages after it unless they are first carefully coupled onto it, and by some extraneous power. Why should the sun or moon be able to pull at the globe with all its weight of mountains, seas, and continents unconnected by any material bond? Such an action has never been known to take place on the earth. Then what reason is there for supposing it takes place in the sky? The idea is unreasonable, contrary to universal experience, and as Newton was obliged to confess, philosophically absurd. It is so great an absurdity that he says, "I believe no man who has in philosophical matters a competent faculty of thinking can ever fall into it." Now, sir, I believe the same, and I am delighted to be in harmony with so great an authority as Sir Isaac Newton on this point.
Well, it's no mystery to me. A ball of flat, we never will agree. You think that it's a globe until you see. When you see the earth is flat, you will be free. Gravity, you're just a theory. You've never been proven, so I don't believe in gravity. Like a crazy dream, I pray we wake up. It's all make-believe. If you want to believe in scientism, believe. Put on your favorite face mask and go get your vaccine. 'Cause everything NASA shows you is make-believe. Just remember CGI when you watch TV. Buoyancy and density explains it better than gravity. Gravity, have mercy on me. 'Cause people get so angry that I don't agree with gravity. It's all make-believe. Hope you all noticed, then you'll break free. What I'm trying to say is the earth is flat and clean. And God is good, at least He gave us weed. We are under a dome and we cannot leave. The sun and moon are close, why can't you see? Don't let the government tell you what to believe. Gravity, you're just a theory. I hope you're not angry that I don't believe in gravity. A scam indeed. You've never been proven. It's all make-believe.
Hey, do you know anyone who talks like this? Like,
Yeah, you notice that? You notice the
do
way?
you know anyone who really talks like this.
Yeah, that's why I
I've
turn
never
the.
really
If you
met
turn
anybody
if you
who
turn the sound
talks
up,
like this.
when they're talking, it looks like they're making sense. But then when you turn the sound off, they're like,
But see, watch this. I can speak a full sentence to you, thusly, without moving my hands or gesturing in any manner whatsoever. How do I do that? It's
Well-
amazing.
well, you know what's crazy though? When you go to school, they teach you about public speaking, and they say it's good to like use your hands when you're talking and doing demonstrations. And I've had a class like that. Have you? No, you're muted again. I've had
psychotics.
I've had. They were like, when you're doing a demonstration, they're like, it's good to use your hands, but not too much. You know, they were like showing us how to like demonstrate, and that's what he's doing. He's like educated. You know what I mean? He's like indoctrinated, like super indoctrinated.
Yeah. But there's people,
And
right,
the
exactly.
people on the news too. The people on the news are doing
Right.
the same
You
thing.
won't
Yeah.
find many people in life talking to you like that. I mean, I'm certain there are people who gesture with their hands and use their hands more than others. I wonder if they got it from watching too much TV.
I just
It's
think
it's a cultural thing too. I know.
Yeah.
Still, even those people don't do it that much to the extent that you see it on media. It's pretty crazy. It's like part of the. Maybe they're casting spells and stuff.
Yeah, maybe. It's exactly just like spell casting. That's what it is. Yeah. Yep. So, I think I got another video. All right, give me a second. Give me some time. Take a quick break. I gotta use the bathroom. Gotta get the video, get more stuff going. We're going. I don't even know how long we've been going. It's telling me 5 hours. I know we haven't been going that long. My time's been all messed up.
2 hours and 40 minutes.
The plan might be too expensive. Over here getting new advances, while you over there doing dances. Show you how to move like a dance step. A simple nod of the head could get your man slept. Foreign whip with a foreign bit, bumping foreigner. Shooter got a bag for a body like the coroner. Told him follow my lead, I'm the forerunner. In New Orleans, but I sound like a northerner. We the truth like Sojourner. Been out the loop like 4 summers. Back in the booth doing more numbers. Taking out any oncomers. You were smart, you get a song from us, bitch.
Yo, I'm sick and tired of your trash rhymes. You need to leave the mic alone, I'ma tell you for the last time. Fully auto mag, ready to discharge. Your baby mom's filling up my fridge with her wick card. I got game and I stay with a thick broad. Money and drugs in a container at the shipyard. My style is aggressive. This a murder message. I hold burners to serve purpose and murder peasants. Slide off and flee the scene with the heat smoking. Kick a nigga in his ass till my feet broken. You couldn't win, nigga, keep hoping. Got your grandmother frying me chicken while she deep throating. Your whole rap style is delicate. You soft, so I be insulting your intelligence. In my closet, it's a whole lot of skeletons. Cause it's the only place where I'm hiding evidence.
Taste the product like cop and yayo. Pass the chronic like hot potato. I'm in charge like I'm Scott Baio. Gotta win, we cannot fail. Clock bell, size of whales on them lock scales. Kill your dogs like some foxtails. They going down like a prop fail. Get them smothered like oxtail. Get your cap peeled back like a hell L. Sending packs through the snail mail.
Might have to leave soon. I'm getting tired.
Come on.
What's going on, Ray?
It cut off again. I'm just trying to make a cup of coffee real quick. It's fucking there's a process to it. You know what I'm saying? Do you want to talk to them for a minute, Singe, while I make my coffee? All right, I'll put you full screen. Go ahead.
What?
Yeah, I'll put you full screen. It's your show. I'm making coffee.
Okay. See if I have internet now. Let's see. All right. Start it. He has got an egg. His symbol is an egg right here. They also do the triangular symbol thing in the show. Oh God, you gotta hear it. Yay, brother. Yay, brother. Headed out to Eden. Yay, brother. Okay, what do we got? Sins of vault number 12. They got me buried down here. Yeah, he's got a kick-ass voice, though. I had to say that. He does 3 songs in that show. You got a really good voice. That's probably how I got that job, I guess. But he also played Spock plays a hell of a bike spoke, of a bike rim. Where is that? Spock plays the bike rim. It would be the jam in sick bay.
Hold on.
Remember the jam in sick bay? Are you back?
I want to. No, I'm not back.
All right.
I'm not back. I'm not back yet. I'm not back yet. You can milk it all you want, but paraplegic bear, do you make K cups? K cups. I'm serious. K cup. You know the pods.
K-cups.
Can you make those? Is that possible? Because that's what I got. I got a K cup machine, and doing all this is a lot of extra work.
Fill the little cup and then seal it.
You might be against K cups. I don't know. No, yeah, he's against K cups. I knew it. It's easy. It's convenient. It's convenience.
That's what everything that is convenient.
It's like having a vape pod in a pen. You just press the button and boom.
Right. Our world is made of convenience, and where has that gotten us? Not Eden, my friend.
That's
we
what
have
I
not
use.
gotten to Eden.
I use K cups, and I usually get them for free. So,
with every convenience,
like food stamps and shit. So you know what I mean? It's like I don't.
Right. They sell this all as a convenience to us, and it's basically hell they've given us.
Get
a convenience of hell, where
like
we used to be in this type of heaven. Where everybody would farm.
What's wrong with the Keurig? The Keurig machine. Whoever invented that could name their
because
price.
It's made of plastic. It's the same thing that's wrong with this.
Whoever invented the
same
Keurig
thing that's wrong with
billionaire
this.
overnight.
The same thing that's wrong with this piece of plastic The same thing is wrong with this. I would never have invented the
Yeah,
wheel.
I had the tiny basket. Yeah, I
I
had
would
that
just
too.
walk.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I can get the basket. I have it, I think, somewhere.
Now, I live in this reusable society, so I do use it, but I wouldn't
I
go
have the
that
basket.
direction if I
I
were to
have the
choose
basket.
the direction. Is this a reusable? Okay, now it's gone, so I can talk. Okay, I live in this reusable society, yes, and I do use it, but probably not as much as other people. And I wouldn't use other stuff if my roommates didn't buy it. But of course, I use this stuff because I live in this world. I'm not fully Amish. I wouldn't mind if everyone grew their own food and made their own products, and we wouldn't need plastic products and stuff just everywhere. In our clothes, this is probably not 100% cotton. Trying to move towards 100% cotton and hemp and leather and stuff like that. Not because I'm worried about the environment of the world, but because the way it affects the body. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. Okay. Okay. I was gonna say, with every convenience they tell you comes a trade-off. Pollution in the air, whatever. Like to make one cake. Okay. You could give me, say, $10,000 and say, here, Singe, go make me one K-cup. One K-cup. Here's $10,000 cash. Now you come back with one K-cup that you manufactured yourself with your own hands, and you made the plastic, you put it in the mold, you made the machine to make the mold, and with $10,000, could you make me one K-cup? No. No, I couldn't make you one K-cup with $100,000, maybe, and I'd have to learn too how to build the machine, how to get the plastics. It's a weird world we live in. All this stuff, I couldn't make any of it. If you gave me thousands and thousands and millions of dollars, I probably couldn't make my surroundings. It's a very odd world we live in. So just go with it. But yeah, I mean, I would use a K-cup machine too. In California, we recycle. Though how much is actually recycled, we don't know. Nancy! I can't yell like him. Nancy! How much does actually recycle? Oh, only over 50%? About 50%? Okay. Well, he has Nancy. I should have someone else over here. Jacoby! Jacoby! No, that's a dude. I want a chick. A secretary. I want a female secretary. Sarah! Sarah! How much do we recycle in the world after we actually recycle our cans and they take it to the trash can? How much actually makes the recycling back to me in recycling? Less than 50%. Ah. Well, this is something, I guess. Ever seen the wall of trash? I remember in the 80s, they used to show us the wall of trash that Americans create every year. And they'd show us this huge wall, and they stopped showing it around the 88, 89, 90ish. It used to be one of the things they'd push, like they're doing the climate, that stuff. Now they used to push the wall of trash that Americans made. Only Americans made trash. No other countries. It's just America's the bad guy. You make the trash. Yeah, you're the bad guy. Meanwhile, America's going around policing the world, doing anything they want to whomever they want, whenever they want, under the guise of being an actual country, which is also an illusion since we know there are no actual countries. Countries are as real as the fake border on the map. What we got going on up here? Completed in 19 minutes and 12 seconds. Oh, I'll watch it later. Shutting down. Save. Shut down. Pretty soon I'll have another computer over here. Well, maybe right here. And a camera right here and a microphone right here. Yeah, within the next 6 months, maybe. Get a microphone. Tink, tink, tink. Up like that. Camera. Another computer. This is my art computer that I refuse to put on the internet for obvious reasons. It's like, okay, 2017 computer works like the day I bought it. There's a couple of little tiny viruses on it because of the things that I downloaded from the internet, put on this phone, and then transferred to it, which is art programs. It's got to be on one of those because before that there was no virus. But it's tiny little virus pops up very quick. Get rid of that. I'll probably eliminate that entirely eventually. Imagine if I had actually put it on the internet. It runs like brand new. Quick. Nothing. No lag. We're running high-end programs. Honestly.
High-end.
It's like those on the internet.
Very, very high-end.
Update this. Update that. Change this. That. Have some more. Here's some more malware. Here, have some Trojans over here. Here, have some viruses. Here, have all this stuff you don't need. Pack it in under this picture.
Ready? Watch this. I got an idea.
Paraplegic. Janelle. Is that how you say your name? Janelle Normida is not a hooker. So don't even call her one, girl. How you Random fan is not a pimp. Paraplegic Bear does grind and roast.
Yeah. So what does that mean? Roast? Like that means like what? After you grow the coffee, you have to roast it, the bean, to make it hard, so that you can. I don't understand
green.
how it works.
Aren't they green beans?
I don't know. We need to get Paraplegic Bear on here to explain this.
Oh, with like some little video thing, yeah.
Or just explain it to it, yeah. Or maybe next time you're roasting coffee, come on and do it. Roast it on here.
Film yourself. Do it. A little like 5 minutes.
Or film yourself doing it. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Or live. I like your idea. Live.
You can do it live, or you can make a video of yourself doing it, and I'll play it, and people can see.
Okay. Okay, that's good.
Whatever. It's up to you, but it'll be good for your company, Paraplegic. You can make like a little commercial of you roasting coffee. I'll play it. Whatever. Just let me know. I mean, we can help you with it. Singe Man's good at editing videos. We also got Flattered. We also got
Flattered.
Flattered.
A simple video like that, yeah, that's easy stuff.
He's good at editing too. He's our editor. He's one of our editors now. We have 2 editors. We have Singe Man and we have Flattered Saints. So we're good. We're all edited up.
Wow, I got it going on, man. Wait to see what I have, man. Can't wait to see you guys.
I get writer's block a lot. I might.
Well, thank you for your service, Paraplegic Bear. My brother is military too. He was in the National Guard, and he went over to Afghanistan and Mexican border and a few different places, and he was in there. You know,
although I'm not afraid of other countries, so I'm not really thanking you for your service. Thank you for surviving the brainwashing that they gave you.
I
don't know if I can thank you for that either. I'm happy that you survived.
I still thank them for their service, because you know why? Even whether they knew it or not, they were doing it in good.
No, I don't, because they might. I don't thank them because they might have. They might not want to be thanked for that, for killing someone.
Oh, you're not a vet?
You don't want to thank them for killing other people. Maybe they don't want to remember it either.
He's not a vet. It's
So
all right.
I don't thank him like that.
My brother really is a vet, but yeah. All right, listen.
My grandpa, I have a.
Yeah, my grandfather.
I have a Purple Heart.
My grandfather was at Pearl Harbor when they dropped the bomb. He was there.
Yeah, my grandpa was in Germany defense. I have Purple Heart right here, and defense forces. Yeah, I respect him.
My
The
grandpa
men
was
on the other
German.
side,
My grandpa
the
was
men
German
that he
too.
was shooting at, I respect them too. They all were trapped. They all were brainwashed, and they all were used and abused. Good men on both sides.
Yeah. Yeah. Manipulated.
So and that's the way I think of it.
So this is underground bunkers.
There are bunkers everywhere in this country.
It's horrible.
Nevertheless, their objective remains the total conquest of all Europe.
But of course, I don't disrespect them.
I'm currently
Yeah,
inside
Vietnam,
the largest bunker in all of Switzerland.
It's
massive. I mean, look at this place.
I have a feeling that this is one of those videos we're gonna have to talk over a lot, Singe. All right.
This is a dumb, yeah. Is this one of those deep underground military bases?
This is in Switzerland. It has 374,142 bunkers and likely more under Switzerland.
Okay, so there's probably like, I mean, a city.
Underground cities. Underground cities. Yes,
I'm
exactly.
talking
Jason.
like a mall. I mean, houses,
Walmart.
everything,
Walmart.
except for sun. And they would have, you would have whole entire walls that would have like a fake sun on it. You know what I mean? With like a really high tech screen with fake sun. And like you'd have really big viewing things to show you the outside world, trees and stuff. And you'd have indoor botanical gardens and stuff.
All right, let's see what they
Yeah.
got.
You make it look as beautiful as you could.
30,000 square meters of space, which is 300,000 square feet for those imperial people out there.
Because
Like
humans have to go outside once in a while. I do.
The bunker.
Through showers. Showering 85 meters of rock above you.
Yeah, it's got to be one of the deepest showers in the world. He's been showing me giant
Wow, they have showers down there.
cannons and
Yeah, well, that's like
and the
that's a group
hospitals
thing.
and
But there's,
giant
there's
generators
probably
that-
personal homes, with personal
Giant-
showers.
Giant cannons. What do they need cannons?
place.
This is a military. They're just showing you the military end of it. There'd be
Yes.
total residential areas. Beautiful, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they're gonna show
Complete
it all.
residential, like that. Just like that.
From the
For
outside, this
tourists.
thing does not look big at all.
This is
look at
almost
from the
this is
outside.
edge.
Look at that. That is amazing.
This is what you would get from military.
Every time
Not
you see
for
a
luxury living.
that goes into a bunker,
Wow.
it's probably a massive network of tunnels. 2 meters of concrete here at the entrance.
You go inside of this door, and you are let into a labyrinth of tunnels and weaponry.
8 kilometers of water.
Wow, inside
That's
the
still a
mountain.
military.
So look, yeah, but this could have been a melted building that there's still a hallway in there. You know what I mean?
They
Like,
just found one hallway.
it's a pocket of survival within the melted building. Yeah, that's what's going on.
Could have been, yeah.
There's probably
That's
more
the
too.
closer at it. Inside.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is this could be a giant melted structure. They found one doorway in, and they found this massive labyrinth of halls that are still, and they
Because it
rebuilt
looks like it would go further, but it just cuts off, you know?
Yeah, look.
Oh, and with the
It
most
looks like it's just a
gnarly
piece.
domes you've ever seen in your life.
Like
They're
you say,
quadruple
small
fortified
part.
with huge slabs of concrete.
This is like 2 meters
What
of
if an
concrete.
earthquake squished you?
What?
That'd be
Dude, what if you accidentally
Good.
went down there and locked yourself in? What the fuck would you do with one of those big ass doors? You'd be fucked. You'd be done.
you would die of starvation. And
It's just dangerous that these people go down there.
You'd sit behind there with a rifle and be able to protect the entrances.
No one is
they
getting
probably
into
made
this
sure
bunker anytime soon.
Probably people on the outside, you know.
I went to Switzerland to hunt for bunkers.
Look, he had to hike up. Look.
They're
It's all,
bunker hunting?
it's all yeah, and it's all melted. Look, it's all look. That's a
Oh
mudslide.
my god,
That's
that
a
is so
mudslide,
melted.
and it's a mudslide too. You can tell. It's a melted
What's
mudslide
that?
with a fort
Wow.
built in, like where they dug a fort out and they whatever that might have been left there, or they fixed it up a little bit, and they got inside and they're inside this huge melted building, and this is how you get in.
And it's a military bunker now.
Yeah.
Fortresses drilled impossibly deep into mountains and
Some
cliffs.
teenager
and
probably
villages,
found it 100
hidden
years
from
ago.
view, but packing deadly power. I've seen so many bunkers. You don't have to look super hard to find them. They're everywhere. But there's a bunker right here. Look at this. This is not a rock.
Why Switzerland?
I don't have bunkers everywhere around me, I don't think. I'm going to stop looking.
No.
These little
I
doors.
mean, I could be living on top of a bunker.
So
Oh, I know.
unassuming.
I live on a mountain.
Benign. But boy, if you knew what was inside. Let's be
And this connects with the first video that I played showing the sewer systems.
clear. This isn't normal. Most countries don't bore into mountains as their defense strategy. But Switzerland isn't like other countries.
When you live in Switzerland, you never really have a sense of threat. We're Switzerland, we're neutral, right? Nothing gonna happen to us.
So instead of forming...
Yeah, we're neutral.
Yeah, why is that? Because
This
the
is-
governments need a place to
What-
rest.
Yeah, why is that, Singe?
Because if you're a world controller, you need a place to party in this realm. I don't know. You need like a no man's land in this realm. Well, that's what Antarctica is, though, huh?
So Switzerland is kind of like that, where like all the everybody can go and just like all the elites can go and just like not have to fight with each other and stuff.
Yeah, that way they can just laugh about the game they're playing, I guess.
So that's where
Everybody
it takes
knows
place.
they're playing a game, but there they can talk about it. I don't know.
So Switzerland, that's where it takes place. That's where they're controlling it from. You think?
That's a good call because look at all those bunkers.
Between alliances
I know.
and sending troops, they dug. And the results are nearly 10,000 of these, scattered all throughout the country. And that is what I've been
Every
searching.
teenager wanted to go to Switzerland.
If there's a wild
Coffee shop.
boar, if there's a
When I
wild
was
boar in
18.
there, I would run, Sean.
Okay. Where are you, my bunkers? Where are you, my bunkers?
Look at that hippie.
Ah, I see something down there. That is not natural erosion on this cliff. I keep looking
guy's
for
got
more and
No, it's not.
Some
It's
hippie
melted.
video.
It's melted.
more, and I'm realizing there are too many.
Look at
Dozens.
that.
This cliff is just riddled with little windows, totally primed and prepped to just.
It's riddled with little windows because it used to be a building, and those used to be the windows and doorways.
Look how melted it is on the
It was-
left there.
it was a
in the
castle.
top part.
That was a
Look to the
castle.
left. Look at that right there. Look at that left melt area. Look at this. We go to the left up here. See that square part where it looks like a big doorway, huh?
Right here.
Like a big gateway or something there.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
Like an entranceway.
Yeah, like maybe like that would be a place where like if you had some sort of flying like a I don't know, you fly right in there and land.
It totally reminds me of Star Wars.
Light
It
up
does.
this
It
entire
reminds me of
valley.
Star Wars
If
thing.
there was
Yeah, Star Wars. Yeah, I know. That's why we're from your ancient future.
an invading army from.
Oh,
Oh, and it's
Anyone
not
under
just
the
the
sun.
mountains. I also discovered hundreds of thousands of bunkers dug under Swiss homes, a further expression of the Swiss habit of digging to remain neutral. The
What's up
bunkers
with
are the
Switzerland?
center of the discussion that is heating up as the world becomes dangerous again. So Switzerland is
Wait up,
once
wait
again
up.
debating what these bunkers mean to them.
The world becomes dangerous again? When was the world not dangerous? Did it ever stop becoming dangerous? Singe? It's always been dangerous to me.
And what it means to be safe, secure,
As
and
far back as my
Sean said he sounds
lifetimes,
conflicted. Yeah,
each
does.
lifetime I've been in has been war.
he does
and
sound a
death.
little conflicted.
This
Sean,
is
maybe
this
maybe you
lifetime
can
has been
talk
the
more.
least death I've experienced.
changing world.
What?
So this lifetime I've experienced the least amount of death as opposed to other lifetimes where it was all war, famine.
You remember
Death.
your other? You remember all your other lifetimes?
No, just one. I assumed that the other ones were equally screwed.
Which one do you remember? What do you remember?
I think I've always been a warrior in fighting.
A Singe Man warrior? Do you think your name
Can't
was
hear you,
Sin-
what?
Do you think your name was Singe Man in the past life?
No,
What do you
I
think
don't
your name?
think that.
What do you think your name was in your past life?
Basadara.
Basadara? That's pretty cool.
Yes. Isn't it?
It sounds Italian. Leonardo
That was big.
da Sabara.
That was a giant practically to everybody else. Like 7 foot tall.
Did they call you Leo for short? Leonardo da Silveira?
No. I have no details. I have no details.
Oh.
There's nothing more powerful than creativity.
Oh no. Tell me about it, brother.
Okay, wait, before we continue this story, I need to tell you about today's sponsor as we look at the beautiful Swiss countryside.
Madonna?
Today's sponsor is NordVPN.
Today's sponsor is Madonna.
Supporter of the
Madonna. We love
NordVPN. All right, let's go. Thank you.
country, but it's really just me. So what I do is I click one button and I log on to NordVPN, and it can, when you click it, it's just
no.
We're not going to click it, but it's cool.
On the side of this cliff. I know there's a bunker nearby. Oh God.
Whoa!
That was too close.
That dude almost busted his ass just now.
All right, I think this is my takeoff point.
I want to get a drone that sounds like that.
Hey, Singe, where you live in the mountains, is it like this steep?
There's some spots like that, yeah.
Yeah? Could you could do a hiking thing where you could pretend you're hiking up a mountain like this?
Yeah, I know a good spot right here. I want to build a little
Dude,
fort
even
up
if
there.
even if it's not a whole mountain and you just keep making it look like you're climbing up the same rock over and over again and like make it look
I
like
can
it's real.
totally do that. No, there's a couple of spots. There's a couple big spots, dude. No, I'm not joking. There's one spot that if I filmed me climbing this one spot, you guys would be impressed. It's like 20 feet up. Maybe more. I could put the camera down there and then climb up. Isn't it?
Oh yeah, I see bunkers.
I think Bigfoot's out there
I see
too.
bunkers.
Be careful not to go in that
This
house
guy,
area.
look at this melted shit bunker.
Lean into the side of this mountain. Oh my
Wow, that's amazing.
God, look at this.
Whoa, look at that. Right there, there's a bunker right there just sticking out the side. What is going on?
Who's up there? Anybody up there? Hello? Anybody home?
Nancy, can you contact them at the bunker and tell them to come and wave outside the window? They're live.
I decided that I have to have a secretary over here in my bunker. Like you have Nancy.
I mean, just looking at these bunkers, you start.
What, you need somebody over there?
I can't yell though. I should just talk to your Nancy and she works better.
I mean, if you need some if you need some extra help over there, I could get someone from the agency on you fast. Do you need someone someone from the agency on you?
Start to realize how incredibly ambitious of a feat this is to drill into the side of a cliff and decide to build an entire network of tunnels that are connected
They did it.
and strategically placed.
I want to see the construction photos of them building this network of tunnels.
Yeah, they went up there and drilled and they brought
Look, there's another one. Oh my God, look at this. That is just at the base of this cliff. Oh my goodness. And it's hidden. The only reason I can see it is because I am above it. But if you're looking at it straight on, you don't see it.
Oh, that was a good one. Hold on, let's look at that.
He's got a nice drone set up, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Is because I am above it. But if you're looking at it straight on.
Look at that. It's got like a wall in front of it, and you can't see it only from above. That's cool. That's crazy. That's like
That
a
is so cool. That stood out of a video game.
that's like a balcony from the castle that's left over. You know what I mean?
The
I
floor
think.
fell through or something. Yeah, there's there's the wall.
Jesus, this is a good one.
You don't see it. It blends in perfectly. Look at that.
Friday Saints found this video, by the way. I'll give him credit for that.
Cool.
There's one behind all of these little facades. They're just guns that are hiding in the wall of this cliff.
They didn't bring drill into that thing. Drill into it. Looks like a skull from a distance. What's it called?
I don't know. Why
When you see
love
faces and stuff?
On to the next bunker.
Oh, when you see faces, pareidolia.
Yeah, pareidolia. I see skulls in that.
By the 1800s, the Swiss were
Oh, I've seen pareidolia. Faces, skulls, demons. Half woman, half siren singing to me.
really good at digging into mountains, building cable cars, trains. They got really good. And that prowess for digging became incredibly useful in the 1940s when their situation looked like this. Surrounded by fascist regimes that are quickly taking over Europe very effectively, these two allies, Italy and Germany, with Switzerland kind of sandwiched right in the middle. Neutral Switzerland wanted to stay out of the war, so they did whatever it took. But one of the major things they did when they wanted to stay neutral was they started digging. They turned their mountains into a literal giant fortress. Yes, you heard me right. They turned their mountains into a...
No, they found it. They found it like that.
Fortress. Or I guess technically, if you're a military nerd, a redoubt. Redoubt just means...
Yeah, they redid it. They redid it. I agree with that. All right, let's see what else they got.
Are all connected to each other.
Right, so that means that every country has it.
They're going down here.
They're nothing special. Everybody must have something like that.
Oh my gosh.
They're probably better.
So we're just walking under...
They don't show us the best of everything.
Green grass and the cows right now.
It's pretty cool though. Very mundane and not high tech.
Wow. Centimeter grenades.
Although the digging is high tech.
Wow, they found grenades.
Use this shell.
Oh, they probably still... Wow.
The explosions exceed.
Here we go. Boom, baby.
Like that.
Oh, it's like a giant bullet.
Yeah. First the grenade in, and then the shelving.
The cow was like, "What the fuck?"
They have to be quiet if
Yeah,
they
why they're so into killing these crazy.
protect all our army secrets. Normal people and the soldiers say, "Hey, shh, keep quiet."
Yeah, it's military. You're right, Singe.
Loose lips sinks ships.
Switzerland turning their country into a giant fortress was basically made possible because of these giant natural walls that they already have. If you're an invading army, you can't get a bunch of men over these mountains.
He just said it. Natural walls.
Walls had gates in them.
Yeah, natural
Those gates
walls.
are called mountain passes. And when you're...
Is natural walls? Like, since when is there natural walls? Like, isn't that like an oxymoron? Like, I had to building walls is not easy. It's
my
not,
my car has a natural motor in it and some natural tires.
when you look at when you look at a wall or a foundation or something that takes you cement to build a wall, you it looks like it was easy to do. Even the littlest, smallest wall, you're like, oh, that looked easy. It's not. It's fucking hard work. Yeah.
A small little one.
Even a little tiny wall. Yeah.
For a couple of days at least.
It's hard work.
By yourself.
Even if you have a crew, it's hard.
Mountain passes are actually really good. Do you see that bridge behind me? That bridge has been used for
How about a wooden fence?
Flow throughout this pass. But if you're Switzerland in 19...
Build correctly.
They're pretty easy. I put up wooden fences before.
It's still hard work and to build correctly.
Yeah, but you need a nail gun. You need a nail gun. Boom, boom, boom. Just put it up, nail it. Boom.
I'm not going up a hill.
Well, I'm saying if you build the wooden fence from scratch yourself and you put all the pieces of wood together yourself, yeah, that would take a lot. But you can just go to Home Depot and you can get them already like set up now, and you just throw them right up. Wooden fences, boom, 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 boom. To give them in sections.
I've never done that. I've always built a 2x4s and
Oh, yeah. What you're talking about would take a lot of work. I just go to Home Depot, get them pre-made, be like, oh, you want a fence put up? Boom, 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 boom. Nail it down real quick, done. 20
Boston
minutes.
fence. There you go. Bam.
20 minutes, wooden fence.
1942. These gateways through the Alps that have been used for trade are now a liability.
It's like bada bing, bada boom, 20 minutes, boom, bang, boom, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, and then I'm out of there.
They're now a gateway for invading armies to come take over your country. So this is where they focus their attention. All these choke points, all of these gateways to their mountains. The idea was if the Italians start coming from that way or the Germans start coming from that way, they can sit in their bunkers and blow the smithereens out of anyone coming up this pass. Because again, it's a choke point. No one can go anywhere else. You can't go over the mountains. You have to go through this pass.
Recordings just got better. Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so
You
excited.
can fly over this nonsense.
Recordings are now
You can
available.
helicopter over this
Have you
nonsense.
ever done a recording where your guest just had terrible internet issues? They were blurry.
Did you
they
know
were-
that
You could
she has a
almost
purple background? Look at that purple background.
recordings from StreamYard. You'll be able to
She
download
kind of looks like a witch at the same
quality
time.
video from your guest.
She looks witchy.
This means
She's
that
got a
no matter
witchy feel to her,
where
doesn't
your
she?
guest's internet connection is like, you'll be able to download
Her,
high
not
quality
so bad.
recording every
She
single
has a woke
also
look to her.
download both a separate
Yeah, of
audio
course,
and
right?
a separate video file for
One
the
that's
host.
woke, one that's witchy.
The minute I walk
Woke,
away, right,
witchy.
it plays a StreamYard ad.
That's okay. I got to comment on them. It was
I
fun.
don't really care. I like StreamYard.
Right. I'm from the mountains for a little bit, and it's because I got invited
Look
to
at
hang
those
out with
clocks.
this guy. He's a retired Swiss historian who's freaking obsessed with maps of Switzerland.
All right, here we
I've
go.
never felt so seen in my life.
I'm an artillery gunner. I did my basic training in a fortress. And
Artillery gunner.
then we went here just for training. Zurich, in the pre-Alps.
He's showing me with this amazing 3D
He's showing them all the military secrets for Switzerland.
relief map what this fortress actually looked like.
Here, in these high mountains, were several very, very important fortresses. Some here, there were old ones and some modern new ones. Here, and even here.
He's pointing everywhere on this fucking map, dude. He's like, they're here, they're over here, they're right here, over here too. It's like, dude, like, do you really know?
They're just everywhere. Just say they're everywhere, okay?
There are bunkers and there is Toblerone. Do you understand?
Yeah, we saw the Toblerone.
Toblerone. There is a
Yeah,
lot.
falling asleep.
I would be
I'm
like,
a
listen,
late night.
this is what I would do. I'd be like, listen, pal, okay, I'll go to these places that you're pointing out to me, but you're coming with me. All right, you want
Not
to,
that guy. He can't get out.
yeah, that guy.
He can't go
You
down
want-
the stairs.
I don't give a shit. You wanna fucking send me on a wild goose chase, pal? All right, I take
No,
you by.
that's not. That dude doesn't want to send him on a goose chase. It's the guy who wants to go on a wild goose chase. No one's telling him to do it.
This guy, listen.
Calm down.
This little motherfucker is going on the trip. All right.
No, he's not. He can't go down the
And
stairs.
also here is
I'm
one.
protecting
When
him.
France was defeated in the summer,
Friday.
and Switzerland was
Yo, your video's
surrounded
good,
by the
Friday.
Axis. This was
Can I
let's
send
say,
you the
an
link?
emergency solution. Huh? This was the
Are you
route.
from Russia, Friday Six? Are you Russian?
Oh, okay.
Spy?
I'll
They
send
give you
it to
this
you.
video?
Hold on.
Okay, so I hike up to this Swiss house in the middle of
Oh, I'm
the
going to sleep now. Good
it's like
night.
just a normal Swiss
Put
house.
the off.
But you look closely and you see something. These windows aren't real windows. They're painted on. This thing is actually solid concrete. This is not a chalet. These are not like barn doors. Oh, wait, are they gonna let me do this? Oh my God. Oh my God. Look at this. Those are just little gun holes. Put your gun through that thing and you can shoot.
Wow. Yeah, I got you for today.
This
I'm working
house
on
is not just a house with some gun holes in it. It's
Oh,
actually an
concentrically this small. It's hard to shoot down.
Hey, check this out. I found a
Very
fake
nice.
rock with a gun in it. I was
You know
looking
what's
at this
impossible to put a
a
bullet
little
down.
weird, a little off up close.
You can
It's like,
light it up with bullets, and only a
Not.
few with bullets can fly in that hole.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Boom, I see your secrets. I've looked at enough bunkers to know what the playbook is. Hide something either in a village or in a mountain, put a huge network of tunnels under it, and just point at the pass and get ready to fire in case there's an invasion.
Wow.
But wait a minute, let's examine the logic here. Yeah, it's really cool to have mountains full of really protective bunkers. Really cool. But most people in Switzerland do not live in the mountains. Most people live up here on this flat plateau. And in the early 1940s, they were sitting ducks. The point here was not to protect the people directly, but rather to signal to Hitler and Mussolini that if they wanted to connect their two empires, they would have to go through the Alps, and that would be incredibly costly and basically impossible. It's like using defense as the deterrent. Oh, and it worked. The Nazis had a plan all fleshed out to invade Switzerland, but they never did it. And yes, that is not just because of these bunkers. It is because Switzerland was letting the Nazis store money and stolen stuff in their banks, trading with them, etc.
Wow.
Bunkers were a
They
part
played
of
both sides.
but the Swiss really pandered to the Nazis as another form of staying neutral. Something they hear a lot about.
Plus, we know,
70 years
as
later.
we know,
I'm at a
it's
damn.
one world order.
That's
They've had
right.
a one world order for a long time. Probably a little bit harder to maybe get everybody on the same page back then, but they did. Maybe it wasn't harder at all.
Here we go. Drone time. Drone time.
Wait a minute. Yes, I do. What is that? What is that? I see you, big
Saturday
boy.
Saint says email.
You are a very well hidden gun.
That's a good one.
Wow, that thing blends in
I
very
want
nicely.
a drone like that. We get
That
some
as
good
their
footage.
fortress? Like,
look at that.
They can't. No one can fire back.
Oh, I didn't hear you come backstage. Hold on. Well, hey, let him in. Can you let him in, Singe? Fly today?
Oh, yeah. I'm falling asleep.
I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it.
Another hidden bunker, another successful drone flight. Nice job, drone. Let's get out of here. On to the next one. I hear there's a tunnel up there
Jackie
at the top
May.
of that mountain, that foggy, wet mountain.
Jackie May.
I can do this. Let's go.
What up, Flat Nasty? How you doing, dog?
Hey, Jackie May.
This was a really cool video, dude. Like, this guy doesn't realize that it's a melted building, I don't think, but he's starting
Of course
to.
he doesn't. We did it 2 years ago.
But you can tell it's a melted building, dude. All those entrances.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like all the windows. Like
Did he already give the reason why they had that tunnel under the Alps?
Well, he's trying to say it's a military thing.
Dude, it's ridiculous. He
It's
says that
ridiculous. They
he
built
says-
it.
Yeah, he
He's
says
trying to say they built it. They didn't build it.
but built it really quickly, like in like emergency situation to like so they
Yeah.
would be guarded against the Germans. Dude, what the? Yeah, right. In the 40s, yeah, right.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
That's
That
such a
was
dumb
all.
reason.
It was already there, dude.
Then he goes on to say that they were already the Germans were putting money in their banks though. So why would they have to hide themselves from the Germans? It's ridiculous.
Right. That's a good point. Right. They wouldn't even have to have done that.
Dude, you know the type of infrastructure you need to do what they. That's ridiculous, bro.
It makes you wonder why they. It makes you wonder why they would even show us this. If you know what I mean, like, are
That's
they
what I'm
trying to?
saying.
Are they
They're
trying to
showing
gas? Are they trying to gaslight us?
Yeah, and this place
I
looks
mean,
like
people.
shit compared to.
I think because enough people are already finding out about it, so they need to come up with a reason. Just like enough people are finding out that the moon landing was fake, so they're saying, well, the reason it was fake is because they found aliens there or something, and then people are like, oh, they want to believe that anything except the truth. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Hollow Earth,
So I
or
think
like
there's-
multiverse. You know what I mean? But anything but
Yeah.
that.
So I think there's probably places underground that are like beautiful and immaculate, and you would like to live there.
Oh, what up?
Compared
Shouts
to
out
these
to Bear
places,
Police.
you know what I
He's in
mean?
the chat. What up, Bear?
Yeah,
Police?
Bear Polizic's been here all night. He's been hanging out. Yeah.
That's right, bro.
Hell yeah.
Did you catch what I just said?
What'd you say?
I think that there's places underground that are beautiful and immaculate, and it would be a nice place to live compared
yeah,
to
for
these.
sure. I think it's better for you underground. You probably get more you get grounded. You know what I mean? More. There's probably more.
They have
electricity
high
energy.
tech.
More grounded. Yeah.
Mhm. But the amount of digging under those Alp mountains, dude, that's ridiculous. I don't think any human being our size did that, bro. I think what they did. Huh?
I wonder if people like live it like there's obviously people living there right now, probably.
Oh yeah, dog, for sure. The thing is, what I think is that those are already underground waterways that are naturally there, and all they did is reinforce them with walls in the ceiling so they could bring vehicles under there. I don't think any human being or even giant did those things. I think they're natural water and oil ways that connect all around the world. You know, like they call them Freemasons because they don't pay for anything. They just took it all over for free. You know, Freemasonry.
And because in their religion, they believe that they're free from the Father and the Son. They don't have to answer to any of that. That's why they call them Freemasons.
Okay.
That too.
It is called a Cold War.
It's always perfect timing when you come on because I'm so tired. Now I can go without leaving Ray alone.
Making alliances and arming themselves.
So thank you, Father.
Ridiculous thing.
Well,
I'm gonna leave.
yeah. Well, thank you, Singe man, for coming on. If you want to go to bed, man. I mean, if you feel like coming back on and you can't sleep, come back on. It's all good. Whatever you want to do.
Okay.
Want me to sing you a lullaby?
You might as well. I would take a lullaby.
You want a lullaby?
What's
or
that
what?
code for? What's that code for?
Nancy.
What, lullaby? No, I was gonna say, hush, little Helios, don't you cry. Just because Stephen Hawking lied, he was in a wheelchair. So do you really care? Do you really care that he died?
But instead of focusing on the mountains, they turned to the city. I've been hanging out with Robin, a Swiss journalist, who's been showing me around.
You notice the Swiss flag is just inverted colors of the Red Cross. You know what I mean? They just inverted the colors, the same symbol and everything.
And then behind
Yeah, that's
crazy.
crazy.
You really got to watch out for is the Australian Red Cross, bro. The New Zealand Red Cross. Oh
Yeah.
my God, they did a thing in 2017. They did a blood drive. It was the satanic. It's called the Satanic Temple. It's like a branch of the Church of Satan, whatever. And they were doing a blood drive with with New Zealand and Australia Red Cross. Now, if you try to find the internet, it's really hard. There's still residue, but they were saying that it was just like so blatantly out there, you know.
It's a cellar. Like there's nothing special. And I'm like, but the door is so thick. So you're Switzerland in the 1950s. Your big Alpine fortress digging bunkers thing worked, and you're like, let's make everyone have a bunker in their house so that we can be protected against nuclear apocalypse. Okay, cool idea in theory. In practice, incredibly impractical and very expensive. So they did what they do for just about everything in Switzerland. They put it to a vote. And so in the 60s, they decreed bunkers as a right. They actually lined out exactly how to build bunkers. They required everyone to build them, either retroactively.
Look at the curve they're doing for the foundation. They have to have a curve, you know what I mean? To match up with the curvature of the earth.
People would be protected using the same strategy that they've always used, digging holes. So I went to the factory of a company that makes bunkers, the beds and the dry toilets and the air ventilation. I feel like I'm wandering through the IKEA for bomb shelters.
Hey, so real quick, back then, do you imagine the amount of money and everything that they needed back then to build these underground things? I mean, they didn't even have all the machines that they do now, and they're not even putting that stuff in houses now. You know what I mean? Ridiculous.
Doors. I've fallen in love with these doors. I don't know why. They're just large. They're really fun to like push and pull, and they're just kind of cartoonish because they're so freaking thick. Oh my God, look at that door. Oh my God, look at this thing. Oh yeah. Wow.
So Ray, what they probably did back then, having all those people put the bunkers under their home, is like an exaggerated version of like, you know, having people like having to put certain things on their home to be caught up with like the standards. For instance, like imagine like if somebody took out a loan to put a bunker underneath their home. They couldn't pay it off. They're going to get their whole house. Do you know what I mean?
The Cold War for
Yeah.
obvious reasons, and it's no longer required by the building code for new houses to have a
Yeah.
bunker. But
See that? It's no longer required by the building code to have a bunker. You probably just have to have that Kobe thing. You know what I mean? The Kobe 24 thing.
So if you find a bunker that's livable, you can probably move in.
Yeah.
500,000 civilians are suddenly on the front line.
Putin's invasion of Ukraine is changing everything. The fear and the risk of having to use a bunker like this is increasing.
So ridiculous. So another thing, you know how they say, like every once in a while you'll see a news article saying like the Russians, they seen a Russian submarine and they think they were trying to tap into the undersea cable to spy on America. You ever
Yeah.
heard anything like that?
Yeah, like the Russian submarines. Yeah.
Yeah. So my theory is that the reason submarines were created in the first place is for the undersea cable. It has nothing to do with war or anything like that, because all the countries get along, nobody's at war. So it's just ridiculous, because any country that has an undersea cable going from it to another country, they
Yeah.
both split the bill. It's 50-50 on that cable, right? Well,
Yeah.
if you think about it, all the cables are connected. Everything's interconnected from one country to another, right? So would it make sense? Like, let's say United States is connected to Italy, right? And then Italy is connected to Spain, which is connected to Germany, right? Which is connected to Russia. Would it really be in the best interest of any country financially to try to sabotage the other one when everybody is a partner? Plus the Antarctic Treaty too, which is like, to think that any of these countries are at war is so ridiculous. They're only at war with the citizens. That's it.
What does he mean? You have to go through the pass. They could fly over. They could go around.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
They were
the
not
technology
on.
to dig these
We're not on
tunnels, but they
foot
don't have the
hiking
technology
like
to fly.
in. It's not Lord of the Rings. We're not just
Yeah.
going this way.
But I
We're
mean,
not on foot
people
with
are
a
buying this
wizard.
shit, though.
They're acting like it's Lord of the Rings, and they had to go through the pass.
Look at that Wion, world is one. Shit.
This is Switzerland. Who, may I remind you, did not take a side when it came to Hitler.
Ich freue mich, dass wir bei dieser Aggression seitens Russlands endlich klar sind und dass wir sagen, so geht das nicht mehr.
Aber es glaubt uns niemand mehr. Und deshalb braucht es eben diese.
It's weird how some European accents are beautiful. You're like, damn. And then other ones you hear, you're just like, ugh. Mhm.
For extraordinary measures. Joining in on sanctions for a lot of people.
So that guy's lack of haircut.
The thing that has kept them neutral and peaceful for like 200 years.
Die Schweiz muss neutral bleiben, das heißt, sie kann nicht in einem
They can't even tell you how the pyramids were built, but they can tell you how the universe was created.
More traditional parties saying, well, you know, neutrality means not doing anything, not joining any party, not helping anything.
Look at his sweater. Seek discomfort.
I don't know how you say.
You know they got mass deprivation chambers down there.
Nice. Seek discomfort.
Yeah, they do, huh? The sensory deprivation tanks and shit.
Getting breastfed inside a deprivation chamber.
Seek discomfort, like pushing your envelope so you can make yourself stronger and better.
Of choosing a side in
I just drink paraplegic coffee. That shit gives me wings, dog.
I think the Swiss are.
Yeah, it's good. I like it.
Yeah, so bomb.
You never know.
I noticed the beans are like really dark and oily, and then I look at beans that are like supposedly premium beans from like that you could buy at the store, and I look and they're like a light brown and dry. So I eat the beans. Such a difference. Oh my god, I'm spoiled with paraplegic
Wait up,
coffee.
you eat the beans?
I mean, you can eat them. Yeah, I have before I eat them. I
What?
eat a lot
I've
of
never
other things.
tried.
Roasted,
I'll have to buy some from Paraplegic.
roasted coffee beans. You can eat them.
Oh yeah.
You can digest it.
Yeah.
do I buy some
I mean, they
Paraplegic?
sell chocolate covered roasted coffee beans. It's like basically the same thing.
So then, how come like with the kernels, they say like when you you're supposed to filter the coffee so you don't drink kernels and stuff.
Well, I mean, it's not bad for you, I'm sure, if you drink it. Like the little sediment.
Because it gets in your mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not bad for you.
me.
It doesn't
No.
fuck up your digestive system or something.
Not mine, dude. I can eat almost anything though.
No, I'm wondering.
Oh, it might fuck up yours. I don't know how your
I think
digestive
it does.
system.
I think it does.
So much more than was put into this video.
You can eat a couple beans here and there. Yeah, they got chocolate covered beans. Paraplegic, how do I buy your coffee?
Do you want the number?
Call his number or yeah. He's put his number up.
Yeah. Put your number
Chocolate
up there.
covered espresso beans. That sounds good. I don't know. I don't know if I would eat a a coffee
It's
bean.
almost a travesty.
Try one.
What, dude? Yeah, try it. Just eat one. You'll like it. You don't eat. You don't want to eat a handful of them. Just eat one or two.
You could eat a handful, but yeah, just start out with one.
Do they get you zooming?
I mean,
Yeah, it's coffee.
It does the same thing as coffee.
I mean, I haven't eaten that many that gets me like that.
Takes a
You know what I
long
mean? I've just
time.
eaten a couple of them.
Doesn't it?
I don't eat
Yeah.
them like pomegranate seeds. You know what I mean?
You have to eat more than that, you know.
A full version of
Probably be like
that I did through Eric's bunker
50 or 60 coffee beans in a cup of coffee. Probably more than that.
video. And going forward, I will be doing behind the scenes stuff from the
Have you heard of those coffee shots called the Coffee 19? They
No.
make really good coffee shots. They give you a Happy Meal if you get one.
Where? What is this?
It's
In
called Coffee
California?
19, and you have to get a shot
There's lots
of Coffee 19.
and
Get
It's
it?
really thick. Nice thick
Yeah.
Turkish shot.
Yeah, in your
Nice
left arm.
thick.
Thank you, Switzerland, for an amazing trip.
No,
Yeah.
All right.
you use your left. You use,
that was a
yeah,
good video.
it's traditional to use your left while you're drinking the thick Turkish coffee.
All right,
See how I
guys.
did that?
It's 420. See, where's my little 420 thing?
Oh,
Exactly.
Wanna get high? Wanna get high?
Smoke.
Hey, Flatter Saints.
Yeah.
Remember you were asking me yesterday about a song about I don't think it was Vinnie Paz about his dad giving him a Camaro.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's. Tell me if it's this song.
Yeah, nobody knows half the trouble I've seen.
Oh, hold on.
That's
Watch.
paraplegic. He makes.
Oh, why does it keep cutting me out? It keeps cutting my songs out today, huh?
Hey, this is something. This is called.
I'm pretty sure that's the song that you were talking about, but it's not Vinnie Paz.
This is chocolate bean bark. Look. See it?
Yeah.
That's paraplegic chocolate bean bark.
And what do you do with that? It's coffee.
It looks like almost
sounds weird.
like peanut brittle kind of.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. What do? You eat it? You eat it like that?
I guess so. I wouldn't just because I don't really like chocolate. But there's his number right there. Cool.
There you go. Get some coffee. Go for it. It's good for you.
The best part of waking up is paraplegic in your cup. Void where prohibited. Batteries not included. Each sold separately. Participating stores may vary.
Let's see what else I got here. See if there's anything else going on. There's got to be something going on. It's always some bullshit.
Okay, I'm out of here. Thank you guys.
All right.
I'll go and chat for a few minutes and then I'll go to sleep.
Well, thank you.
Guten Tag, das ist gut, ja. As they say in Switzerland. Guten Tag, das ist gut, ja.
Is that what they say?
No, that's German. That's close. They would understand it.
Habla sprechen Sie Dutch. No habla sprechen Sie Dutch.
What do you put Spanish and
That's
German
called
together?
Sperman. That's Sperman. Spanish and German. Sperman.
Okay, good night.
You going to bed?
I'm just looking. I'm looking to see if there's anything else on there. This looks like all fair porn, fair porn, fair porn, fair porn. No, I'm just looking to see what we got here.
I'm on the live stream right now.
Yeah.
I'm just letting you know.
Predictive program.
I don't give up. I don't give up anything. I don't give up.
Predictive programming and movie early warning. All right, let's see what this is.
You want to smoke some weed, Jackie?
Fuck no.
I said the same thing to my girl. She's like, nope.
I guess girls go to Mars to get more candy bars.
Michelle used to smoke when she was younger, and then she quit. And now every time she can't stand the smell now. So like every time I'm smoking, she's like, "Oh, that stinks," and I'm like, "You want a hit?" And then she's like, "Fuck you."
Wow, that's crazy. I can't not smoke weed.
I love the smell of it.
Oh, she likes at least your girl likes the smell of it. I think my girl likes the smell of it. She just can't smoke. She's pregnant anyway, but she can't smoke anyway, so she just doesn't.
Well, technically, she's not my girl, so.
Yeah. I know. Technically, I understand. I hope you guys work it out. There you go. That was predictive programming from a movie that was from 1981. 1981.
Damn.
How did they know?
Right.
How did they know in 1981? Let's see what else we got here. I'm just looking at Odyssey. See, I don't follow a lot of people, but you see what? It's all bullshit. I can't play any of this shit.
I'm about to post this video right now. I don't know if it'll be enough time to play it. It's not very long, but.
Were you posting on YouTube?
Yeah.
All right, go for it. Oh look, I think this is when they made the. This one's good. It's a hologram. Was that real? Did they really make that happen, or what? Let me see it.
Yeah.
Do the people look real, or do they look like they're CGI too? Do the people on the football field look real to you? Can you see it? They could be. They could be fake too, right?
They all could be. Yeah.
This
could
whole
be
thing.
Sandy Hook class of '33.
This whole thing could be just a computer, like a video game type thing. But I don't know. Let's see. They're trying to say this is a hologram. They made it appear. Yeah, Singe Man said it looks fake. All right. Snoop Dogg before with Tupac hologram. Yeah, I've seen it. They did it with Tupac and they did it with Michael Jackson, I think, too. Or someone else. You know what? I got an idea. So you're uploading a video right now. I need to find something else to play. So, boom.
No, get the fuck out of here. You're fired. No, get the better solution. You keep me on the payroll as an outside consultant. And in exchange for my salary, my job will be never to tell people these things that I know. I don't even have to come into the office. I can do this job from home.
Yo, if Earth's flat, why don't you fall off the edge? I heard that Mike Collins from Apollo is dead. My girl's fat girl, let's just crawl in the bed. Don't spit if you want, just swallow instead. Swallow instead.
Can you hear me, Siri?
Swallow instead. Hello, Siri. Is gravity a theory or a fact? All my tampons in the house where my period's at. Get my rap on when I'm pissed about the serious crap. Passing so fast through space, time bends in half. After blasting through warp speed, we get to plaid. Don't listen if you don't like when I spit these raps. Rhymes I write like lightning, I write so fast. I'm like Mike Tyson, you ain't got to fight in chat. Yo, I'm going back to basics, flat smack in the faces. You can't have gas pressure without adjacent to the vacuum of space, bitch, without a container. Like paying for a lawyer without a retainer. I ain't playing, about to let a slug out of this chamber. When you see the red dot, yo, no doubt it's a laser. Helio flatty dude, shot up for later. Shot Helio flatty dude, shot up for later. I've been around the world, and I measure the earth, measure the earth. The devil, he's so clever with words, but level don't never mean curved, it never means curved, and meta pause from the metaverse, the metaverse. Playing Call of Duty help build my immunity up. Insurance policy paying you, they usually bluff. I'm not saying they won't do it, but it's usually tough. The last few years I've seen some unusual stuff, but if I mention the shot, you say I'm off the beat. So now I'm beating off to the thoughts of shots in me. What a rotten little awful getting off scot-free. Son of a gun of a bitch, I've come to be. Shaking up the game to break up the redundancy. And if it wasn't for work, they'd have no taxes. And if it wasn't for burnt, there'd be no ashes. And if it wasn't for birds, egg be no hatching. And if it wasn't for dirt, there'd be no trap. And if it wasn't for hurts, there'd be no passion. And if it wasn't for learning, then why all the classes? If it wasn't for your purse, yo, I'd have nothing to snatch. And if I don't come in first, then I'm coming in last. I've been around the world, and I measure the earth, measure the earth. The devil, he's so clever with words, but level don't ever mean curved, it never means curved, and meta pause from the meta. All these atheists must hate my guts, cause I say to their face, space is fake and stuff. NASA astronauts, everything you say is suspect, cause I suspect you make it up. Not your average FE thespian beast, faster than faggots fasting at a lesbian feast. She that loves me the least will give me nothing to eat, but he that loves me the most will give me something to smoke. This ain't how much your mother loving murder she wrote. The spin of the earth should have made your vertebrae broke. Every word that I spoke, you couldn't refute it. Water finds a true level, so you couldn't dilute it. You couldn't dilute it. It can't be refuted. You couldn't dilute. You couldn't dilute. You couldn't dilute it.
Who the f do you think you are, you crazy little shit?
Security? I am Jax, smirking revenge.
All right. Ready? Here we go. I got something. All right. Kanye West. Let's do it. Kanye West and Candace Owens, White Lives Matter.
With the latest contrived controversy starring Kanye West, and definitely no doubt about it, this is planned, made to happen on the world stage. As you see here, Kanye West and Candace Owens, kind of interesting with the duality of black and white, just as with Freemasonry, the duality colors on the tile floor. And here's just a little bit of a close-up again of Candace Owens and Kanye West. And no doubt whatsoever, this is a staged photo made to happen for the world stage, basically with their backs turned, turning their backs against the black community. This is what it's all about. And with the whole entire BLM kind of simmering down a bit, what they're doing here, obviously, is throwing another log in the fire to keep the fire burning, to keep the divide alive. I said it before, this is a 3D world. Divide, deceive, and distract. That's what it's all about. Keeping the populace against each other, turn against each other in every which way. And again, this is definitely putting another log on the fire. And I stated this before many times with Kanye West being part of the world stage, where Kanye is not going to tell you out of his mouth that he's a Freemason, but through signs and symbols. As you can see here, this pin, this Masonic pin with the dual-headed eagle in plain sight. And Kanye West being that 33 name as well. Definitely, I'm going to put more connections together with the number 33. But first off, let's take a look here at Candace Owens with, as you see here, Charlie Kirk, and they're both doing the Masonic hand sign. A little bit of a close-up of them both doing the Freemasonic hand sign, the diamond sign, and diamond, of course, is 33. As you can see here, for all to see, diamond 33. And again, Charlie Kirk, and you have the CK. C, of course, is the third letter in the alphabet. K is the 11th, so you get your 311 for 33. And of course, the diamond sign once again. And getting back to Kanye, let's take a listen to what he has to say here during this short clip with Tucker Carlson.
So the answer to why I wrote White Lives Matter on a shirt is because they do.
And of course, this is meant to inflame the black community. Let's take a listen here to Sean Combs and what he has to say about what Kanye West stated here with Tucker Carlson.
Puff Daddy.
But the thing I do have to address is this White Lives Matter t-shirt. I've always been there, and I will always support my brother. Kanye is a free thinker. But the White Lives Matter t-shirt, I don't rock with it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not with it.
And here's Sean Combs next to Kanye West, supposedly at, quote, better times. But again, they're all working together.
That's kind of fucked up, Puff Daddy. I'm just saying, like, you know, it should be, you know, everybody should be able to have a t-shirt.
Together, of course. You have Sean Combs as 33 and Kanye West as 33. They were dual 33s in plain sight. People are not going to understand this. The normies in society, how things work internally. And let's move on here with this
P. Diddy
segment again with Kanye West talking to Tucker Carlson on Fox News. And just take a listen.
You know, I never really liked P. Diddy. I never listened to his music too much, Puff Daddy. But Kanye's first album, The High School Dropout, was actually good.
Listen to what it said here regarding.
Yeah, it was.
It was. It was good, right?
Yeah, I like it.
I like it. His first album. I don't know about the other ones, but.
And here you see, of course, Kanye with AJ. And another 33 in the game. Of course, it's a 33 party when it comes down to it. And regarding the so-called trial with AJ right now, take a listen to what he says. I always put the truth in plain sight.
Well, this is all a show trial. Judges don't find people guilty in America, juries do.
So again, he just put the truth in plain sight, saying it's just a big show. And this is what it all comes down to. In the game of divide and conquer, we are merely pawns that keep us busy fighting each other instead of fighting them.
So those of you who don't realize what's going on is RV Truth Russian Vids changed his name, has a YouTube channel called They Live Truth now. Okay?
Oh, really?
Yes. I just figured it out today. So, and it looks pretty good. Look. So far, so good. Watch. Check this out. Hold on. Not obviously not the commercial. I don't know how long. He's probably had it for a while. You know, I don't know. I've seen it. I just didn't know it was him. You know what I mean? I've seen it popping up, but I didn't know it was him. What's taking this so long? Oh, this is it. All right. All right.
Action. Human action resounds in the heavens. The bell echoes above. What we decide here today will polish or crack the firmament. What shall it be?
And that gets into what you see here with Werner von Braun in his tombstone, where it has the Bible verse, Psalms 19:1, where the heavens declare the glory of God and the firmament showeth his handiwork. very interesting for a man that's head of rocketry when it comes to NASA basically from the inception. But again, for those that understand the whole concept of the firmament, this is the biblical cosmology here. As you can see, the firmament is the structure above the atmosphere. Conceived.
So flat nasty. Do you stick with the biblical cosmology, or what do you do? Do you believe in other like stuff?
No, I believe in the biblical cosmology.
Me too. Me too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that whole theory about us being on like a what do they call it? Like a bubble wrap. You heard that theory before, like we're in one bubble and then there's a whole bunch of other. I don't know, dude.
Yeah.
It goes against the Bible. You know what I mean? But
yeah.
But I mean, I'm not afraid to look at it.
As a vast solidum, the biblical cosmology, just like as you see here with the domed Earth, and that's probably a better term.
That's why I like Russian Vince, because he sticks to the
definitely peaks and valleys, but definitely there is a
domed Earth. Yeah. Like I like Russian Vince because he sticks to the biblical stuff.
Structure above us. This is why we have this pressurized system, and I find it very interesting the concepts from NASA, just like the space shuttle called Atlantis, like we are within Atlantis, and this is again biblical, with all these Bible verses, as you can see here, pointing in that direction. If you're a Bible believer, the waters above, the waters below, the ends of the earth mentioned 50 times. Earth is immovable mentioned several times, as you can see here. The sun, moon, and stars under the firmament, not outside, within the firmament. So people might say this is just a depiction, but this depiction matches our observed reality. As you can see here, the daytime moon, supposedly 238,000 miles in deep space. And again, you see it clearly with the blue sky in the back. This matches the biblical flat earth, where it states in the Bible, Genesis, in the very beginning, and God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. Planets are not mentioned. Planets are basically just wandering stars, again, within the firmament. And it also clearly states, and God set them in the firmament. So they're within the firmament. They're not outside projecting in. So I want to be very clear about this. So again, this matches our observed reality. So what the Bible says and what we observe go hand in hand clearly, as you see this aeroplane in the moon in the daytime sky, and that brings us to the sun. Clearly, 92 million miles away in deep space.
Okay, so what do
in
we
the
do?
vacuum, supposed vacuum in deep space, clearly very, very close. This local sun. It's obvious for those that have eyes to see and that are not blinded by science. And that gets back to our enclosed system, and that gets into NASA once again with the Atlantis space shuttle, which in my estimation is, of course, truth in plain sight, living in this enclosed system. And you have this one shot from NASA itself of a space shuttle launch doing its arc. And of course, not going straight up. I understand what people are going to say that believe in the lies of science, that this is a low Earth orbit transition into so-called deep space, when literally nothing can breach God's firmament. And that gets back to these so-called launches by NASA and SpaceX. Again, getting back to these arcs, as you see with these launches, and of course the bad stigma of the Bermuda Triangle itself. And this is where I believe they end up, in this region here in the Bermuda Triangle. Just another image of the same. So again, this is perfectly placed with all the launches that go off the coast of Florida. Again, it all adds up, all makes sense. Now getting back to this so-called space shuttle Atlantis, just take a look here at this, again, space shuttle, and look at these very small wings. You really believe, according to NASA, that these space shuttles go into space and come back with these little dinky wings and act as a glider? Absolutely not. These are airplanes disguised as space shuttles, 100%. And one thing I found interesting as well, with the whole Atlantis and other space shuttles, this one in particular, this one had exactly 33 missions. And of course, runway number 33 at the Kennedy Space Center. Give me a break. Again, this is all about Freemasonry.
Let me see. There's what's this? I already played that one. Let's see.
Interesting clip from a TV show from 1965 called Bonanza. The specific title for this episode, Devil on Her Shoulder.
Hey, you'll be the first one to watch it. It just posted right now. If you want to see it.
Oh, it's up. All right, cool. I'll grab it. Give me a sec.
And definitely, there's nothing new under the sun when it comes to Freemasonry and duality in plain sight. Just as you see here, the concept of the yin and the yang, negative, positive, female, male, night and day, and so forth. And obviously, this is a Masonic philosophy, just like you see here in this Masonic lodge with the black and white tile on the floor, the two pillars of Freemasonry. This is a very old concept going way back in time. So this is implemented by Masons that own and control all of TV. And they give us a truth, like I said many times, in movies, TV shows, cartoons, seemingly unreliable places to get your information. And they give us the lies in the news and the school textbooks. Let's get right to it once again with this episode from Bonanza from 1965. Again, the whole entire concept of truth in TV shows, movies. Let's take a look.
I think it's time we learned a little bit more about this earth we live on. But first of all, we have to change our idea that the world is flat. In truth, it is round and shaped like a ball. That's not what the Reverend told us, Miss Sally. Well, even the Reverend doesn't know everything. You start here, and you go
Hey, what's up, Forever Love?
enough in the same direction, you wind up in the place you started from.
Look at her brainwashing these kids.
Why don't we fall off when we walk underneath, Miss Sally?
I'm going to stop right there for a second. You know, children, the unindoctrinated minds.
Hey, the video that I made, I pulled it from an old Twilight Zone episode, right?
Yeah.
And this dude invokes a devil, a demon, and the demon straight gives a flat Earth too. It's so.
I'm gonna play it in as soon as this one's. This is only a few minutes, like not even that much longer. I'm gonna go over to your channel in a sec.
We're all told
That way it'll bring your channel up and everyone will see it.
We live on this supposed ball Earth, but one hasn't been proven to us. It never has. And this is the problem with society. Once your mind is shaped and formed at a very early age, most people are at the point of no return, and they can't see things for what they are due to the very heavy programming, not only in the school system, but throughout all of society, television, again, the school textbooks, entertainment, such as movies as Star Wars, Star Trek, Aliens, and so forth. The programming is all around us. Now let's continue.
Because of a force called gravity. What does gravity look like? Gravity is something we can't see, but we know it's a great invisible force that keeps us all here on Earth.
Wow.
Some of you know what a magnet is, don't you? I do. Well, then let's think of it like that. Gravity could be called a kind of magnet. It's a natural force that keeps us all from flying off into space. We were always told that the world is flat.
You were told right. Don't listen to her. I've been patient with you, Sarah. Lord knows I've been patient. But now your words have revealed you.
The law of gravity was discovered by Sir Isaac Newton in 1687. That's almost 200 years ago, Uncle Evan.
She called it the law.
How there's nothing new under the sun with the human
It's not a
ego.
law,
They-
right?
No.
Or believe something is told them and it sticks to their system, it's hard to eradicate. Again, the human ego is definitely an example here at display of the anger, the resentment
You can disprove gravity by throwing a magnet and watching it stick on your fridge, dog.
happening today.
But I've never heard anybody on like a movie or anything call it the law of gravity before. Like it's always been the theory of gravity for me.
Yeah, it is a theory.
It's weird.
To the flat earth truth, a lot of people.
It's like
can't
she's
see
trying to
the
just
truth.
cement it.
Just
Yeah.
like here with one woman on this television
Ugh.
programming show.
To go, Uncle Evan.
But there is only one law.
I know, right? With the apple too.
Yeah.
And that's the absolute truth. And again, even though these people that run this world tell us a lot of lies, again, it gets back to the duality aspect where they must put the truth out there. And if they don't, it's no longer duality. It's no longer the foundation of Freemasonry. So they work on this system again, mostly lies and just a little truth. Again, on a TV show where the truth is put out there and the majority of society is not going to get it. They're not going to understand the principle of Freemasonry because Freemasonry is not taught in the entire system, all the way from elementary school, your high school, college, university, and so forth. Only for those at the very apex to know and understand. As I showed several times in the past, knowledge is at the top of the pyramid, the apex of the pyramid, and everybody is kept dumbed down and ignorant, the basis of human control. Now let's continue on.
But there is only one law. The law of God. If our divine maker had meant for us to walk upside down, he would have put feet on our hands.
I say shit like that too.
Children, listen to me. Look around you. All around you. As far as the eye can see, the earth is flat. Now you see it that way. Because that is the way God intended for it to be.
Yep.
Anything else is heresy.
And again, the truth is put out there in plain sight. People cannot accept it. And again, the concept of truth in entertainment. There's another example from the 2018 video game Call for Duty 4, where they have this charm, it's called, where it depicts God's created flat earth, stationary flat earth, as mentioned in the Bible. And this is why in society they have all of entertainment controlled by Masons, so they can leak the truth out in plain sight for all to see. And millions upon millions of people that play these video games have no idea of the concept of duality, where again, they must put the truth out in plain sight for all to see.
We have still not shattered that highest and hardest glass ceiling, but someday someone will.
It's the dome. This is the dome.
Jim Carrey knows.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, he does.
Do you put all your weed in jars, bro?
Yeah, I was doing that for a while. Now I got a vacuum sealer.
Okay.
I just vacuum seal it. It's easier.
I got all my see I have all my shit in drawers.
I got.
Oh, you can't see
Yeah,
it.
I went out and I got those like those real good mason jars, the ball ones. Is that what
Yeah,
you got?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, look.
Those work great, but it's it's tough to keep up with them because you just keep running out.
Can you see?
No, not really. It's kind of dark.
Yeah, you can see it now. The
A
jars
little
of weed.
bit. Yeah, there
Yeah.
you go.
Yeah.
What kind you got there?
I got honey banana. I
Nice.
got
That's one
I
of my
got-
favorite ones.
Me too. I got hella jelly. I got
Yeah.
chauffeur.
The Hella Jelly is really good. It's really good, dude.
I got Gush mint.
The chauffeur, the chauffeur is like an indica. That one will put you to sleep. That one's good. The
Yeah.
Gush
got
mint
Gush
really
mint.
does. It tastes minty, and it's like heady.
Then I got donkey butter and grape mod.
Oh, let me see the donkey butter, dude. I haven't even gotten the donkey butter yet. What does it look like?
This is it right here. Wait, can you see it? Can you see it?
No, I can't. Yeah. Hold on. Well, I'm on a lag. I'm looking at the TV behind me. Hold on.
Okay.
That's it right there. Donkey butter.
Yeah. Well,
No,
hold on. Let me get the light. Hold on.
What do you think? Is it good? The donkey butter.
I haven't even tried it yet. I haven't
Yeah.
tried all of them yet.
I know what you mean. You gotta wake up on a day and like try one, and then wake up the next day and try another one just to see the difference.
The buds aren't. He only sent me a little bag of the donkey butter.
Yeah.
Maybe like a half zip or something. This is what it looks like. Can you see it?
No, not really. I mean, I almost seen it for a minute. Oh, wait. Oh, no.
You see it?
Yeah. A little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's kind of
Smells
like.
good. It doesn't have as strong of a smell as like some of the other ones. Like grape mod are like little buds, but it smells like grapes. Hella.
Yeah, the grape one does smell like grapes, right? And it tastes
Yeah.
like grapes. And the honey banana one tastes like bananas too.
Yeah. For sure.
Fiction means it's a made-up story. Fiction means it's a made-up story.
I could have said the world was flat. You know what I think?
I know. I never seen this, huh?
Mm-mm. He's got a lot of Patreon supporters, huh?
He's been around a long time.
I know. If I had it like him, I wouldn't have to go take people hostage and put guns to their head for money. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So let me get to your channel. Hold on. Let me find it. All right. So.
I haven't posted it on any groups for Facebook yet. I usually post them on all the groups I have.
So, oh wait, let me go back real quick. Let me show you guys some. Oh wait, well, I'll play yours first. All right, and then I'm gonna show you guys something pretty cool. Okay, we're still going. We're still going here. Going for a while. All right. So this is what your newest video.
Yeah, I just
uploaded.
messed around and yeah, just a funny video.
Hit him up on Twitter.
Hold
Go over
on.
to one of his videos and leave a comment.
Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice.
Hit him up on Twitter. Go over to one of his videos and leave a comment.
It's showtime.
You know, for creatures with the IQ of a flatworm, relatively speaking, you humans can be pretty clever. with the IQ of flatworm, relatively speaking, flatworm.
N minus 1, x plus n minus 1. No, that can't be it. N minus 2 over n minus 1. Damn it! I'd sell my soul to get this thing right!
Two words, babe. Eternal damnation. We in business?
Did I say soul? Sorry. Slip of the tongue. Sorry to waste your time. You're a busy man? I'm a busy man. We're both busy men. Let's go somewhere and find a place to be busy. It was just an idle comment, for God's sakes. You don't go after every poor jerk that makes a careless remark, do you? Okay, maybe you do.
Here's the backstory, Sam. You don't mind if I call you Sam, do you? I mean, I think we're really connecting here in a positive way. And I'd like to cut through all that victim, demon, negative imaging. You know what I mean? Okay. Here's the deal. All that mathematical lingo you were spouting, it's beautiful, man. It's like poetry. It brought tears to my eyes. Just happened to have the right phonetic structure to be a good old-fashioned demonic invocation. Demonic invocation. Especially with that neat little curse woven into it. We talking high concept or what?
Yeah, well, you can just go back to whatever Stygian depths you came from, fella, because I have no intention, thank you, of selling my soul for the solution of any equation.
Stygian depths. I like that. You mentioned Dante to most people these days, and they asked you how you liked gremlins. You got class. But no can do, babe. You see, we took an option on your soul the moment you summoned me. I'm just a sub-agent here to close the deal. It's all a formality. In other words, you're damned if you do and damned if you don't.
But that's not fair.
Of course it's not fair. We're evil. Look it up.
What is it with you guys and souls anyway? I mean, what do you do with them all?
Us personally? Nothing. We're strictly a distribution company. We purchase them, process them, and after a reasonable markup, sell them to one of the big chains.
Big chains?
Right. Like, for instance, this one client, overlord of one of the outlying dimensions, he uses the souls to animate the bodies of undead maintenance workers. Man, he must go through 2-3 million a year. Him, we give a bulk rate. Okay, so much for opening rituals. Let's cut to the feature attraction. These are the rules. First, you get to ask me 3 questions about my juice. You follow me?
Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice.
Juice. As in power, abilities?
Beautiful, Sam. You know, for creatures with the IQ of a flatworm, relatively speaking, you humans can be pretty clever.
Beetlejuice.
It's showtime.
So anyway, after you ask me the 3 questions, you get to ask me one final question, any subject, which I have to answer, or set me a task, which I have to perform. If I fail to do so, your soul goes into turnaround, and you're a free man.
Really?
First question. Yes, really.
No, I didn't mean to.
Sam. We've been over this before. Evil, remember?
Right, I keep forgetting.
Oh, I should warn you, though. The last time anyone came up with a question I couldn't answer, or a task I couldn't perform was... what year was the Peloponnesian War, anyway?
Second question. Are there any physical or temporal limitations to your abilities?
Not a one, babe. I can go faster than the speed of light, or make 2 electrons in an atom occupy the same quantum state as easily as you can blow your nose. I can do anything, go anywhere. And I have access to every bit of recorded information in the omniverse. What a guy, huh?
My next question affirms a corollary to the first.
Poetry. Sheer poetry. I know just the buyer for you. There's this world where the dominant life forms are a race of living, sentient binary digits. You could be a decimal. In time, work your way up to a fraction.
Is there any place in the universe, in all of being, where you could go and not be able to find your way back here?
I hate to lay these negative vibes on you, Sam, but no. I could scoot over to the Andromeda Galaxy and back in a microsecond faster if I don't stop for lunch.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to. but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again. But the only limit to a human future is in our own imagination.
I could go to, say, what would be Berlin if the Nazis had won the war? Or 21st century Rome if Alexander had lived to a ripe old age. And I gotta confess, Sam, I had higher hopes for you. Trying to find a place I couldn't come back from. An old wheeze. Last time anybody tried it was back, must have been 5th century BC. Didn't work then, won't work now. Now, finally, ask me. A question I can't answer, or a task I can't perform? Not a question. A command. Lay it on me, babe.
You know my question, you know my offer, go get them. I asked you a question, it fucking destroyed him. Why is all navigation based on the globe?
No.
Another of our continuing tips on what to do if the devil shows up on your doorstep.
Well, that guy wasn't any help at all.
A public service announcement from the Twilight Zone.
Glad you enjoyed that intro. I took quite a while to make that.
Yeah.
Just a stupid video.
It was cool. How long did it take you to make it?
I don't know, maybe like 2 hours at work. I was just messing around at work, you know what I mean?
Really?
I just have nothing, no customers, you know?
It would take me a while to make a video like that, dude. I don't know why.
I just think of things like when he was talking about the Andromeda Galaxy, I instantly thought of like, I go to the moon in a nanosecond, and like shit just pops in my head, and then I go find it and put it in there, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm just, I don't know. I'm just trying to see if there's anything else that I could play. I know every show there's always stuff that I'm forgetting, you know?
Yeah. I gotta head up to Santa Barbara. My friend just came into town to visit his family, and he's staying in room. He's all, dude, I swear to God, I'm staying in room 333. I was like, that's so crazy. That's my number. That's my birthday. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was born on 333.
Also, I heard on that video that you just played, you notice how they said something about he was like $3 million?
Yeah.
Like $33 million.
So many, dude. That was a trip. That episode of Twilight Zone when he says the flat Earth or flat Earthworm, and then he says relativity in like the same breath. It's funny. You know what I mean?
Yeah. This might be good. Hold on.
Shouts out to Bear Pelagic. Hope I'm yelling it like I was very bulimic. Look how now well I can write.
Let's see how this sounds. Bad sound quality. I'm looking for something.
Hey, you want to hear the little thing that I wrote? Where's my notepad? Oh, well, I was at work. It's pretty dope. I got a new beat from Anabolic Beats.
Yeah. If you can play it. Over,
No. I was just gonna it's not a long, just like one. It's like a little. God, am I talking that loud? They're yelling at me to be quiet.
Yeah. Well,
always getting yelled at. There's always someone here to remind me to be quiet. You shut the door. Okay. Okay. Tell me what you think. Okay, so it goes, yo, I'll settle this violence, but I prefer the peace. Most victims of crime won't call the cops. They're too scared of police. Wrap you up in masking duct tape like I'm repairing a leak. While you Twitter in about pissing. Wait, hold on. All you copycats twittering about kitty litter's unbearable stink. I just drank a fifth of booze for thought. Dare me to think? Spare me the grief. Take me to your leader. Yo, where's your chief? Aryan Brotherhood swears they're the sons of Eric the Leaf. You mean Leif Erikson? I heard the North Pole's where they debrief. My goody two shoes can kick rocks. Y'all too scared of my feet. Like paraplegic. I swear he don't care what you think. Bowling for coffee in Columbine. Yo, spare me a drink. Shouts out to Flat Earth Farms. Yo, I barely could think. After smoking all marijuana, now want to marry the Keith. But I keep forgetting Sarah Marshall and what a Karen she be. Not Karen B. You ain't know something about marrying me. Spare me the speech. Nope, I'm not sharing the link. Attack my character, mute me. I'm still very intrigued.
Nice.
I just wrote that at work today. Hey, there's a flat earther named Indio from Boston, bro.
Yeah, this looks good.
Oh, hey. Are you subscribed to my other channel, bro? Go to my other channel. There's a badass like 2-minute video that's not on my main channel. I think you'd really like it.
What's your other channel?
It's just Flatter-day Saints 2, the number 2.
All right, hold on one second.
Anybody who's not sub to it, sub to it. I only got like 100 subs.
Yeah, I didn't know you had. I don't know if I'm subbed. I'll have to check.
Yeah, there's like special bonus videos that aren't on my main channel as like a moat to try to get people to go over there.
Well, yeah, you need to have a backup channel. You know, I might be subbed.
I had another channel called Flatter-day Night Live, and I forgot the fucking password to it. Fuck. So you could go to it, but I don't know how to check it or anything. I don't know how to post videos on it.
Flatter-day Saints 2, I found it. Am I subbed? Yeah, I'm subscribed. All right, let me see. What video you
screen share and I'll show you which one.
Yeah. Here it is.
All right. How many subs do I have? I see I don't even have 100 subs still though.
You should put the link before you go. Put the link in the chat, like at the end.
I know.
I don't have. I don't know. I might be able to. I might be able to do it.
Okay, hold on. All right, go. Keep scrolling a little bit. Scroll down or whatever.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Okay, wait. Okay, so the one with the where it says you don't have to play it right now, but it's mixtape Flat Nasty. That's a mix of like I took like clips and shit out of all the songs to make it like a mix, you know?
Let's play it.
Okay.
Oh.
Is bursting out.
There is also an extremely important.
What's up, TN?
Are you okay?
We need you to work. We need a doctor here. This lady fainted in the heat. Let's give her some water. It's hot out here. Is there a doctor here? All right, we got a doctor. There's nothing the rest of you can do, so pay attention to me. You'll just get in the way. She'll be fine. Believe me, at my age, nearly does a lady faint on me. Let's give her a hand, though. Bless you.
Fuck Permanente, yo. I asked the guys at Kaiser Permanente, yo. How high's the skies? Fuck Permanente. I'm killing these raps like Michelle Fowler's husband. I'm filling up this gas like a vacuum.
See that shit of Bush dancing?
All this crap so the facts don't function like Belinda's jab. When it punching, filling up your blood with this nano substance. The only shot I'll ever get is from these ammo gun clips. Banana split when I went up shit creek without a paddle in the Amazon River Phoenix. As it was rising with Blue Origin, with a crew inside it. If you don't know by now, please excuse my silence. 1,000 pictures ain't worth a few words I'm writing. My verbs are smitten to uncurve your vision. They call it sea level, cause the curve is missing. I thirst for wisdom, while you slurp the pissin'. Sergeant, that's a cup that you got for Christmas. Fa la 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 la. Ha ha, yo. No, I'm cracking up. Check
Got a brand new COVID-19 vagina flown to me all the way from China. No, I don't think that life is a simulation, even though it could be argued that we live in the Matrix. These globetrotters, all they want to do is debate with me about what the Earth's shape is. Where in the world did COVID come from? Maybe China. My girl got COVID on a shaved vagina. I'm going crazy, baby. Maybe I'm a lunatic, addicted to the moon. You're addicted to what my prick did to your womb. I'm inflicted with my addiction to shrooms, like the Illuminati is with Egyptians and tombs. On the news, all I see is witches with brooms. That bitch, Maria Abramovich, is one too. Yo, this is the Cool by Luke Bay fiasco. I'ma pour it on you till you taste Tabasco. Shot goes out, asshole. I can always depend on you to make me laugh, bro. Take a lasso, wrap around your head. You don't play this song on your channel, you're dead. I'm famished, so I ate the purple crayon, it's the best. I'm learning Spanish and less time than my English. Got the 1491 slide on my fingers. Sometimes I linger and creeping. Hawthorne outside SpaceX eating popcorn. I'm up on them employees for shits and giggles. I'm annoying, destroying their fibs and riddles. The truth is brittle, but it'll make your brain grow. McToon, Skittles, taste the rainbow. In his house of pain, hip hop pareo. This is my life. Welcome to the Flatter-Day Saints show.
Ask me what my life's worth, and I'll say it's worthless. You need to say priceless as I'm laying your life. You got the Moderna shot right in your iris. Why wouldn't I get it? Because it makes you spineless. As time goes by, the lies lose their vices. You know what time it is, yo. I just lost my time. Just wait till September 11th to play. While I take Rose 777 on days. Put my ass in a leather versus leather debate. Turned her water into wine when I leveled her grapes. After she dumped me, I gave her friend Kelsey a taste of mushrooms till it started melting my face. Yo, what the hell does it take to get me to stop taking single tampons instead of just getting in the box? Been on bottom so long, when I finally get to the top, the Twin Tower doors were freaking unlocked. Firing blanks with a shotty that's freaking uncocked. You say freaking a lot. No, I've lost freaking the dodge. Off that Richard Simmons diet, cause all the shitting and farts made my fat pale body so skinny and dark. Give me a spark, quickly, to inhale this bomb. I'm hitting the mark if you're still playing this song. Yo, if it wasn't for COVID, I'd never get laid. And if it wasn't for COVID, I'd never get paid. And if it wasn't for COVID, you'd never be afraid. I got COVID, and you know it, so you better be afraid. 322,911 million cases. Definitely COVID. Dividing through video conference. I got COVID-19 while I was out flat smacking. I think I picked it up from a napkin. Walking around barefoot just like a madman. I'm just trying to stay grounded. Goddamn, man. I went from going in stores and people asking, "Excuse me, sir, would you like a mask on?" to all out, balls out harassing. Put the mask on or get your ass gone. I'm just trying to buy Jackie some tampons. No, I'm not even allowed back in Vaughn's, or should I call it Werner Braun. These soup Nazis take it to a whole new level, which means curb, yo. Speak of the devil, I got COVID-19 while I was eating some Jello. Speaking of Jello, shots out to Bill. Yo, speaking of shots, I ain't got mine still, cause it was never mine to begin with, so why would I get it? Cause all your friends did. All your friends went and jumped off a cliff. Yo, I go with them like 100%. That's why like 100% of the time, I like sipping my Corona with lime on 9/11 like 19 times. So for all you skeptics that say it's a lie, I got COVID-19 and I almost died. My aim was not to bring shame to this flat earth game, but I just made the curve level. My new name is Flat Nasty. My brain was never this insane until my cranium came from Lithuania. My new name is Flat Nasty. Order out of chaos and my face is hilarious. Nothing factual from the past is actually shared with us. You slamming fairy dust if you imagine the care for us. Coming in the lukewarm, we're all scared of this. Very few true humans are even prepared for it. Hold fast till the end and say no to the variant. And if you got it already, you just a host to the carrier. They're being very hypnotic, promoting it everywhere. They'll be poking people up at the Sophie in February on Super Bowl Sunday. using celebrities infused into the music as you move in your legs. Bluetooth earbuds always glued to your head. Can you imagine what that EMF will do to your head? It's inevitable, even without edibles, I'm incredible. I'll knock you off your pedestal and drop you off at the medical. Methamphetamines, ketamines, and sedatives. Fires it out of my mind and my rhymes are still better than veteran competitors. Clever with them predicates, never slur my speech, only speaks with proper etiquette. There's no such thing as a terrorist. They only show such things just to scare your kids. Just know one thing, that's where you live is not this shit, but you swear it is. Yo, I hit my photo with notes and rhymes I spit. So if you wish at this time to resign or quit, I'm going with you every time. You know what time it is. Overdosing on the hosts and psyopsis. Blinded by the light shining from your diamonds, kid. I've been waiting all my life for a time like this. Holy moly, what a roller coaster life I live. No motion sickness in the ocean, yo, I dive right in. Motion picture industry likes to slice your skin. Hocus pocus, focusing on the life they spend. I can't believe you still believe in these staged events. But if it don't make dollars, then it don't make sense. And if it don't make dollars, then it don't make pence. Get it, Donald Trump, Mike Pence. There's no such thing as a terrorist. I get no respect, and all the ladies be like, they call me flat, need mother, love, and danger feel. You can track me, but never know the pain I feel. This ain't no Fortnite, baby, I don't play for real. Till one of our blood done stain the steel. I'm losing my mind like NASA data. Ask James from modern day, I'm a masturbator, and I'm a crash the data and give Macintosh a virus. Still walking barefoot while you rock Osiris, and I can talk all night about the cash NASA stole on the Baby Truth show with a Jack the asshole. You mean Jake the asshole? I don't take Tabasco on my pineapple and Target when I eat them whole. Yo, grapefruit goes out to Karen B. When I'm high on Jeranism, she's always staring at me. Not to mention how Pharisees precariously, nefariously trying to be embarrassing me. They call me flat knee, mother loving day. This time is not gonna do me. I'ma do this time I gotta do, then I'ma go free. Now I'ma go speak to them lonely convicts. Let them know earth is flat and the globe is nonsense. Unfold your conscience, hear the powerful truth. If I'm wrong, show me right here and now the proof. What was bound was loose, like the sound of hoops, like 1,000 troops chanting Babylonian wizard, doing jujitsu, dismantling all of them, parables, paralyzed, parasitic disguise. Getting that jab just to fly the friendly skies, terrorizing these variables, the pleasure is mine. Like a stitch in the fabric used for measuring time. Just another brick in the wall we never could climb, and we never could find our way back home if outer space was real and there isn't a dome. Freemasonic astronauts sipping the chrome, getting a phone. Nathan told me to create a YouTube channel. This is Flatter-Day Saints. I give you a flat salute and a Flatter-Day thanks for putting me up on Modern Day Debate. Went in with a full clip and shot up the place. When I talk about space, I'm being sarcastic. Invisible viruses, they keep trying to mask it. It's getting harder to laugh at. Smarter every day. Turn on the gas and become Martyr-Day Saints. Can't have gas pressure next to the vacuum of space. Use your own reasoning. I don't even need to give you any reason that it's fake. You can't have gas pressure next to the vacuum of space. Use your own reasoning. I don't even need to give you any reason that it's fake. Hush, little Helios, don't you cry just because Stephen Hawking lied. He was in a wheelchair, so do you really care? Do you really care that he died? And if that line ain't straight and sea level is curved, I'ma go the Moderna way. I'ma get that vaccination with no hesitation. Let's all get the J&J. Yes, no, maybe that concludes tonight's show. Mic drop, I disappear. Yeah, where'd you go? That's all, folks.
This happens when I talk too long.
Just bursting out.
There is also
That was cool.
I guess you're done.
Yeah, but I'm getting tired, man. I'm falling asleep.
Yeah. No, that's cool.
I'm gonna end it. Cool. Thank you everybody for showing up. Support the channel. I'll see y'all again.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Coming from Mattapan, going through Dorchester to get to Roxbury, just to get more fresher. Going up Mass Ave, hoping to Newberry. I need the new what? I stay in new everything. I got game in the hood, swear to God, everybody know my name in the hood. And the clothes are dope, yes I must say. Threads and emos, Adidas, Johnny Cupcake. Hey girl, come here. I'm one of them boys that be in front of the corner mall, downtown crossing. I'm a dawn to calm out, comprende. Eyes like the cigar sign, smoking on Fenway. I never go to sleep, never woke up. Nothing sweet, but I'm dunking cause my donut. Hi Tiffany, can we date, hun? I'm Mr. Boston, not from VH1. No! Yes! King Spider. There was ever a question in your mind? Who's the best of the beat? Stop it. I'm the motherfucking king. Beacon Hill, I know you got me. I see you, Duval. D-How. Where we at? Sometimes I want to go somewhere, man. You know? Where everybody know my motherfucking name, everybody do cocaine, you know? It's a place like Boston, you know? Beacon Hill, Paul Revere shit.